Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the business meeting of the Portland Board of Public Education. We clearly have not seen each other for a long time because there's a lot of talking. It is Tuesday, August 2nd, 2021, and we are meeting in a blended format with some of us here at Casco Bay High School and others joining us via Zoom. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair, Ms. Bondo.
Well, I'm here present.
Mr. Burke,
Here.
Ms. Russell Better,
Here.
Ms. Bredeen,
Here.
Ms. Biliou,
Here.
Mr. Youssef,
Here.
Ms. Lentz,
Here.
Mr. Grant,
Here.
Ms. Aslami, Ms. Ellis,
Here.
Mr. McLaughlin, Mr. Alzamili, Ms. Santiago, Ms. Diu, and Chair Victor.
Here. And Ms. Diu had hoped to join us this evening, but is not well. So she will join us at our next meeting. Okay, with that, I want to invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Portland Public Schools recognizes the original inhabitants of the land on which our city and schools stand. The Woolus to Ieg or Maliseet, Micmac, Penobscot, and Passamaquoddy tribes, known collectively as the Wabanaki Confederacy or People of the Dawnland. We are honored to have Wabanaki children among our students today, and as a district, we are committed to making the past, present, and future of Wabanaki peoples visible in our schools and our classrooms. So welcome everyone. Tonight, as is customary, we are starting our meeting with public comment. So this is public comment on items that we're not voting on this evening. That includes if anyone is here to talk about high school choice, now would be your time on our agenda to address the board. So either indicate that you want to participate by coming forward or by raising your hand if you're here at Casco Bay High School, or by raising your hand in Zoom. And I will call on you. You have 3 minutes to address the board, and please start with your name and where you live in the city. Hello, go ahead, please, Carrie.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Carrie Dowdy. I live at 27 Fleetwood Street in Portland, Maine. I just wanted to take a minute to introduce myself to the school board, since we'll be working closely together over the next school year as the new president of the Portland Education Association.
Thank you so much for introducing yourself, Carrie, and we all look forward to working with you. Welcome.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hello. I'm Julianne Opperman, and I live at 25 Woodmont Street. And I don't want to talk about the high school, but I was going to ask some questions that might come up in the presentation for the discipline situation.
Now is the perfect time for that.
Okay,
just
good.
You can talk about with us about any issue, just nothing that we're voting on tonight, because when we get to that agenda item, you would have an additional opportunity to speak to us about that agenda item.
Thank you, Chair. I'm bringing up some questions related to the data on the suspension numbers that I saw through the website, and I had some questions about this. One is when it refers to the incidence of a misbehavior, I believe they're talking about individuals that have made one or more situations occur. But how many times does it involve the same student might be a question that it would be interesting to know the answer to. Also, it seems to peak at middle school. not surprising. Middle school is a tough time for everybody. And the question is, prior to middle school, did any of the students start to act out and that might have needed some help earlier on before middle school to, redirect their anger or whatever, help relieve whatever situation? The other questions, I have several, has to do with if the actions or the language against teachers or students that wasn't clear which they were, not in the, at least not in the data. I'm sure it's somewhere, but not what was presented. And if there was any particular gender targeted, for example, female teachers targeted more often than male teachers, et cetera, or the like. And also as a direction, are the eighth graders, and I'm again talking about middle school, more apt to give hazing or difficulties to sixth graders just because. And so and it happens in high school sometimes, seniors to freshmen, but usually we watch that because it's called hazing, and people are very careful about that particular relationship. Also, the percents, I have no doubt about the percents dealing with race, but also what is the percents? How does it hold with the relative number of students who are suspended at all, and their financial home situation? Are they hungry, et cetera? I've got a few more minutes still. Good. Also, the questions on in-house and out-of-house school. I noticed that Casco Bay does not have an in-house suspension system, and I wondered why. And I wondered if, is it somebody's taking responsibility for the student outside of school? And is that why there's some people have outside suspensions or versus inside suspensions? Also, when they have inside suspensions, what do they do? If they're having anger management, is that the time when they are getting help with the anger management or whatever situation is occurring? Who supervises them? Who works with them? Are they packed up into, may I?
Do you need more time?
I have 3 more questions.
Okay, I'll give you another 30 seconds.
Thanks. Also, is the situation on being in-house due to making sure they have nutrition? Because if they went home, they would not be eating properly. Are they maintaining their learning progress while they're in suspension? And when the IEP students are mentioned, are the IEPs behavioral IEPs? And last question, do students who are suspended leave the district if their parents have the means? Is that part why they may not be again? Yeah, that was that. Thank you.
Thank you, Julianne. So for those of you who've just joined us, we're right now in public comment. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board. If you're interested in speaking to the board, please either come forward or raise your hand in Zoom. I don't see any hands in Zoom, and I don't see anyone coming forward. So it's going to give folks another moment or so. All right, I am going to close public comment and move to the report of the chair. And today I'm dedicating my chair remarks to Superintendent Botana. In June, after our last meeting, the superintendent received the Maine School Superintendent Association's Outstanding Leadership Award for 2021 and 2022. The award is for outstanding leadership during 2021 and 2022, 2 of the most challenging years in most of our careers and lives. And it was staff at our schools who nominated and supported the superintendent in receiving this award. Superintendent Botana has led with heart, rigor, focus, grace, courage, and compassion. He has a deep moral commitment to our students, particularly students who are marginalized by our society. And he is a visionary and powerful force for equity, which is the key defining challenge of our district. Superintendent Botana, this award could not be more deserved. We know the work never stops for you, And we are so grateful for all you have done to develop and advance the Portland Promise and to center equity in our work now and as a district for years to come. Congratulations. And that is all for my chair remarks today. So we're going to move right to the superintendent for his remarks.
So I would like to begin by extending heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of two members of the Portland Public Schools family. Last week, we lost longtime PHS chemistry teacher Donna Bernard, who passed away after a short bout with cancer. Ms. Bernard was a PPS employee for almost 30 years, and in that time, she touched and changed the lives of thousands of students for the better. She was a brilliant teacher, an exemplary colleague, and a friend and mentor to many. She will be missed. A GoFundMe page has been started to create a scholarship in Ms. Bernard's honor. Also last week, DHS, Deering High School student Pedro Matala, drowned in the Presumpscot River. Pedro was a rising senior and was known by his peers and Deering staff as a leader. Our multilingual, multicultural team has been assisting the family, which includes 4 other PPS students, most of them at Rowe. There is also a GoFundMe page to assist the family with their expenses. Work on the redesign of the district website is progressing. We were preparing for a soft launch on August 8th, next week, but we needed to bump that back by a week. I'm assured that our new site will be live before the start of the school year. And I would like to recognize Executive Director for Communications and Partnerships, Dr. Grace Valenzuela, for the tremendous amount of work that she and her team have done to get us to this place. Our website is our face, and over the years, it's clearly showing its age. I'm extremely excited about launching a new site that more effectively communicates who we are and what we do. We've submitted and received approval from the Maine Department of Education to increase the number of schools who participate in the Community Eligibility Program, CEP, for school meals. This enables a percentage of all meals served at the school to be reimbursed at the federal free and reduced lunch reimbursement rate, which is the highest reimbursement rate. We also received approval to run the remaining schools through a program called Special Provision 2. This will enable us to lock in this year's free and reduced lunch rate at those schools for the next 4 years and use that percentage for reimbursement purposes. Given the ongoing decrease in free and reduced lunch eligible students over the past few years, we believe that we will be able to maximize our reimbursements this way. I do remain concerned that with the decreased need to collect free and reduced lunch information, it will impact the way we measure performance. We had a question earlier about our discipline data around free and reduced lunch, and very importantly, also potentially reduce our state EPS funding. We will be actively working to inform families about these changes and advocating for their submission of the necessary information so that something positive, such as having students receive nutritious school meals for free, doesn't turn into a negative by affecting other important revenue streams for the district. I'm happy to report that we're in the process of negotiating a memorandum of understanding with Maine Childhood Development Services to provide early intervention services to eligible students through our district rather than through CDS contracts. Because of the uneven performance of CDS, we're finding many students entering pre-K and K with severe unaddressed needs. This proactive step will allow us to meet the needs of these students at an earlier age. As some of you know, there has been a ongoing, for as long as I've been in Maine, conversation at the state level to transition CDS to local districts. While this has gotten bogged down on a number of fronts, I've given staff the go-ahead to negotiate this agreement, which will be at no financial cost to PPS at this point, while the overall transition conversation continues at the state level. We'll provide a full briefing on this when we finalize the MOU. I would like to recognize our Director of Pre-Kindergarten, Alyssa Bork, and Director of Student Support Service, Jesse Applegate, for their determination and drive to pull this off. I'm excited to report that Portland has been recognized as an All-American City by the National Civic League's campaign for grade level reading. This award recognizes the work happening under our Connect Ed partnership, specifically the growing partnership between Portland Public Schools and the Portland Housing Authority in 3 areas: revitalized use of the study centers, after school, summer and out of school learning opportunities, and partnerships with parents and caretakers. Portland Connect Ed, as many of you know, is a cross-sector cradle-to-career partnership that includes over 70 organizations from a variety of sectors, working in close partnership with the Portland Public Schools, which was one of the founding members of Connect Ed and the Portland Housing Authority. Through these relationships, together we're working to help bring opportunities to families in public housing and address the barriers that may get in the way of children succeeding in school. We're also working with the League of Women Voters to send letters to all PPS students who will be of voting age by the November election. The letter, and that includes graduates from last year. The letter will give them information on voter registration and urge them to register. We did this 2 years ago, and the city clerk indicated that there was an increase in young voters at that time. And I would like to recognize former Deering High School teacher Sarah Schmitz and Deering High School and Portland High School parent Jenny Riggins for their advocacy and drive to increase our student civic engagement at a critical moment for democracy in our country. I'm grateful that the state of Maine has expanded access to health care for young and pregnant immigrants as of July 1st. Thanks to this move, immigrants with qualifying incomes who are under the age of 21 or who are pregnant are eligible for full Maine care benefits, regardless of their immigration status. I'm grateful that our state leadership has made this bold move at a time when so many families are experiencing multiple challenges. This is sound family and public health policy and a great example of progressive leadership from the governor's office on down. We will include information about this in our back to school flyer and feature it in our back to school fair in September. Finally, today I'm announcing that this will be my last year as superintendent. I had previously announced my intention to leave at the end of the 2023-2024 school year. However, I recently decided to move up my departure to next June. The past 2 years have been incredibly challenging for all of us. As the leader of this organization, I've been humbled by your commitment and dedication, as well as that of our amazing Portland Public Schools people, and by the resilience of our students and the patience and grace of our families and larger community. At the same time, I've been overwhelmed by the weight of every decision that has had to be made. I look forward to not having to make those types of decisions in the next chapter of my life. Serving the Portland community has been the capstone of my almost 40 years in education. I'm especially grateful for the opportunity to develop and advance the Portland Promise with you, the board, and with our community. And I'm hopeful that these goals will continue to serve as a roadmap for the Portland Public Schools well into the future. We have a very busy year ahead of you, as you can see from tonight's agenda. My plan is to continue to make strides towards our Portland Promise goals of equity achievement, whole student and people during this school year. We have a big year ahead as we strive to bounce back from the challenges of the past 2 years and look forward to our collective work to that end. Later tonight, and I'm actually going to ask that we do that sooner rather than later, we're going to ask you to ratify a significant number of staff hirings that have occurred over the summer, including a number of principal and assistant principal hirings. But as part of my introductory remarks, I want to highlight a couple of central administration moves that are not subject to board approval. I've hired Terry Young, Dr. Terry Young, previously Longfellow principal, to serve as my executive director of district operations. This position is a new position that was created by eliminating the executive director of budget and finance role as part of our finance department restructuring. And we've discussed that with the finance committee as well as with the board when we talked about ESSER funding for some of those roles at our last meeting before the break. Also, Barb Stoddard, our Executive Director for Human Resources, has announced her departure from the district. Barb has served as our lead human resource staff person for over 7 years and is and has been a key partner for me during those 6 years. During my 6 years, for more than 6 years. While I understand her reasons, I will be incredibly sad to see her go. Barb has agreed to stay on through October and is actively working with our team to design a transition that will allow us to effectively support our human capital work. And finally, and I found this particularly funny when you talked about the fact that I work 24/7. I want to recognize the leadership of Assistant Superintendents Malia Nally and Aaron Townsend this summer. As the board knows, I was able to take the better part of the month of July off, something that I desperately needed but had never done.
And have never done before.
I just
So I'm just
Never done
emphasizing it.
And I wouldn't have been able to do that without knowing that they have the knowledge, skills, and dispositions to lead the school district. So thank you, Malia and Aaron, back behind the column there, I think, for your dedication and your commitment to PPS. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Unless there is objection from the board, we're going to move up the personnel items as the superintendent alluded to, since we have several staff joining us tonight and for that portion of the agenda. And as you know, the personnel items is usually last on our agenda, and we have a very lengthy agenda tonight. So is there objection to taking the personnel items now? Excellent. So with that, we are going to move to the personnel items. First motion is consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, election of first continuing contract teachers. Is there a motion?
That's good.
Excellent. Ms. Stoddard, would you like to speak to this motion?
Who moved in? Okay,
It was Ms. Russell Better and then Ms. Bondo.
thank you.
Good evening, everybody. We are bringing forward one continuing contract teacher tonight. This is a little bit of a rarity, but given what we have done in the last couple of years with many additions of one-year-only teachers, this particular individual has been on 2 one-year-only contracts and now has been permanently hired. And so they have fulfilled their probationary time and would now be a continuing contract teacher.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the motion? All right, seeing none. There is no public comment on personal items, so we'll move right to board discussion. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support approving the personal item listed, election of first continuing contract teachers. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair, Ms. Bondo,
Yes.
Mr. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better,
Yes.
Ms. Biliou,
Yes.
Ms. Bredeen,
Yes.
Mr. Youssef,
Yes.
Ms. Lentz,
Yes.
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
and Chair Figdor.
Yes. So the motion is unanimously approved with our one student here tonight, Ms. Ellis, voting with the majority. All right, now we are on to the next motion, consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, election of teacher candidates, 1 year only. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Ms. Lentz, seconded by Mr. Youssef. Ms. Stoddard, would you like to speak to the motion?
This is just 4 teachers on a one-year-only basis for this year.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the motion? Right, there's no public comment on personnel items, so we move right to board discussion. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support approving the personnel items listed, election of teacher candidates, 1 year only. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair, Ms. Bondo,
Yes.
Mr. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better,
Yes.
Ms. Biliou,
Yes.
Ms. Bredeen,
Yes.
Mr. Youssef,
Yes.
Ms. Lentz,
Yes.
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
and Chair Figdor.
Yes, so the motion passes unanimously with Ms. Ellis voting with the majority. Next, we are on to consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, election of teacher candidates probationary. Is there a motion? Ms. Bredeen, seconded by Ms. Lentz. Ms. Stoddard, would you like to speak to the motion?
Sure. This is a group of 35 teachers that we are hiring. We have been hiring madly this summer. You will see at least as many on the next agenda as we try to get people on board before school starts.
Thank you so much. Are there questions on the motion? Yes, Ms. Billiou.
Sorry, you might not be able to answer this, but can you tell me what percentage of those hires are BIPOC?
I am happy to get that for you. I don't have it with me right now, but I can share that.
Okay, thank you. Could you do that for all of the hires?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Billiou. Ms. Bondo, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just need some confirmation on what we're voting for, because I see then is what we're voting for the first continued contract teachers or the 1 year, or I'm on the wrong page.
These are probationary.
This is the third
On
grouping.
in our agenda, which one is that? The B or the
It's C.
C.
Page 3.
And so it's the longest list of candidates, but they're all in one document. So if you scroll to starting on the third page, I believe, although somehow I can.
It's
Yeah,
page
that's
3 through
correct.
7 are the ones that you're approving.
Those are 1 year only?
No, these are
these are-
the 35 regular hires.
Okay, so that's not the same. Let me see.
You voted on the 1 year only in the previous vote, and those were the
Yeah,
4
okay.
teachers on page 2.
Those are 7 pages, right? That's the
Right.
one, right?
So starting on page 3
3, okay.
is the 35 people, I think you said, Barb?
That's correct.
35 people that you're voting on.
Oh, I see. So those are those are contract teachers? So
They're
that means
regular probationary teachers, year 1.
The year one. Okay,
Correct.
I got you. Yeah,
But they're being hired on a 10-year track.
right.
So assuming that that they're renewed next year and the following year, they will become contract.
Contract, yes. That's all I want to make sure. Right, thank you, Barbara.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying your question, Ms. Bondo. All right, any other questions? Okay, there's no public comment on personnel items, so we move right to board discussion. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, please indicate whether you approve the personnel items listed, election of teacher candidates, probationary. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
As chair, Ms. Bondo,
Yes.
Mr. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better,
Yes.
Ms. Billiou,
Yes.
Ms. Bredeen,
Yes.
Mr. Youssef,
Yes.
Ms. Lentz,
Yes.
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
and Chair Figdor.
Yes, so the motion passes unanimously with the student voting with the majority. And now we are on to our last personnel item, consideration action to approve the personnel items listed, administrators. Is there a motion? Ms. Russell Better, seconded by Mr. Youssef. Mr. Superintendent, would you like to speak to this motion?
Sure. 1 second, please. So we are very fortunate to be able to hire some outstanding candidates to continue to fill our vacancies in administrative positions this year. So I'm going to start with Jason Bredeen, who is going to become the assistant principal at King Middle School. And I'm not able to toggle, so I don't know if Jason is here with us.
He is.
I'm here.
So Jason Bredeen comes to King Middle School after serving as a school counselor and behavioral response intervention coordinator at Saco Middle School for 5 years. Jason's previous experience has included working as director of summer programs for Waynflete School in Portland, as a school counselor at a charter school in Boston, and at a private school for students with language-based learning challenges in California. He then took on the role of founding assistant director at a high school for similar students in that state. Jason holds a master's degree in school counseling from San Jose State University, a master's in school leadership from the University of Texas, and a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of Maine, Orono. Jason lives in Portland with his partner, Nicole, and their 2 sons who both attend Portland Public Schools. And we're going to move from that to Nicole. Nicole Bredeen, the principal at Longfellow Elementary School, replacing Terry Young. Nicole has been an educator for over 20 years with experience as a teacher, administrator, and coach. Nicole has been an administrator in public and private schools, mentoring teachers, designing and aligning curriculum, fostering student engagement and voice, igniting social emotional intelligence, and honoring each child's unique gifts. Nicole joined the Portland Public Schools in 2021 as the district's coordinator of summer and expanded learning programs. So many of you remember her from that. And her prior experience includes being director of community and belonging at Waynflete School. She's also been a school coach at the Great Schools Partnership and has held positions as an administrator, teacher, and coach at schools in California and Massachusetts. Nicole has been involved in many of the Portland Public Schools equity initiatives, including presenting at Parent University and serving as a facilitator on the Family Engagement Advisory Committee. She led affinity groups, co-designed a 21-day anti-racist course, and has been integrating social emotional learning and restorative justice practices into her work. Nicole earned a bachelor's degree in psychology and health from Tufts University, a master's degree in teaching from Lesley University, and a master's degree in educational leadership from Columbia University. In her free time, Nicole lives in Portland with her partner, Jason, and 2 sons, both students in the Portland Public Schools. Next, Sarah Gibbs Goodall. She will be the principal at Lyseth Elementary School. Sarah started teaching in Denver as a Spanish bilingual teacher. She deeply believes in the importance of education and the role and power of community and having a voice in shaping the educational system for themselves and their children. In Denver, Sarah was the principal of McClone Academy, a public pre-K bilingual school in Denver, for 9 years. During her 9 years leadership tenure, McClone grew from a low-performing elementary school to a nationally recognized pre-K-8 academy with a vision and mission rooted in equity and community power. This past year, Sarah has gotten the chance to work with literacy coaches in the Portland Public Schools to support our early literacy work and foundational skills blocks, and she's now excited to join the PPS team full-time. Sarah is happy to be back in her home state of Maine. She earned her BA from Bates College and holds a master's in education from the University of Colorado and a master's in school leadership from Harvard University. Sarah loves spending time with her husband, Gavin, and their 2 children, David and Sage. So we're incredibly happy to have these families come together in the Portland Public Schools. I know that one of the reasons that we have Gavin, Dr. Goodall, with us is because Sarah dragged him here kicking and screaming. So we're very, very fortunate to have them all join us here in the Portland Public Schools. We also have, but you're not acting on the appointment of Blake Castle as the assistant principal at Lincoln Middle School. Blake is already a contract principal in the Portland Public Schools, so she is really just transferring between positions, but we wanted to make it visible to you. Blake is a passionate educator who's been working in our Breathe Behavioral Health Continuum, which, as you know, serves students with serious behavior and emotional needs. Before coming to Maine, Blake held a variety of educational and leadership positions in Portland, Oregon, Providence, Rhode Island, and New York City. Her previous experience includes working as a special education teacher and behavior specialist, data analyst, and professional community learning manager, education consultant, and is director of a progressive leadership development program. Blake holds a master's degree in urban education policy from Brown University and a master's of special education from Pace University. She also completed a New York City Teaching Fellow certification program and holds a bachelor's degree in religious studies from Grinnell College. Outside of school, Blake loves sharing the wonders of Maine with her 2 young daughters, her spouse, and their 2 dogs, and exploring all of the amazing food that Portland has to offer. So again, we're very, very grateful to have Blake joining us in this new role, and we'll now ask you to vote on these appointments.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent. Are there questions on the motion? Seeing none, there's no public comment on personnel items, so we're going to move to board discussion. Is there any board discussion? All right. By roll call vote, please indicate whether you approve the personnel items listed. Administrators. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Ms. Bondo,
Yes.
Mr. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better,
Yes.
Ms. Biliou,
Yes.
Ms. Bredeen,
Yes.
Mr. Youssef,
Yes.
Ms. Lentz,
Yes.
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
and Chair Figdor.
Yes. So the motion is unanimously approved with the student voting with the majority.
Thank you. And I know we have the 4 individuals, I believe, are all with us. So I'd love for them to have an opportunity to introduce themselves so that you see them and get to hear from them. As I said, I'm incredibly grateful and feel that we're fortunate to have these amazing candidates. So would love to give them the opportunity to introduce themselves.
Absolutely. And I just want to say first, welcome in these new capacities and welcome to the district for some of you. I think it says a lot that we have these families joining us. So it's quite special. And I really look forward to working with all of you. And I know we're very lucky to have you. So we'd love to hear from each of you if you want to just say hello and whatever comments you have for the board.
Maybe let's just start in the order that they were introduced. So Jason, if you want to jump in first.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm really looking forward to joining the King team and continuing the work that Portland's got going, and excited to be working with our fantastic students.
Thank you, Jason. Nicole?
Thank you, everybody, for your support. I'm so excited to connect on all the levels that I've been working in as a parent, educator, and continuing the work that you have all started and are so passionate about. Thank you so much.
And Sarah? And
This is the benefit of families, is that we also have little ones sometimes. So really, really excited to be joining the LISAP community along with our son, who will be starting kindergarten. Yes, I see, there's Daddy. And really just excited to be home in Maine and to be able to contribute full time to Portland, and excited to get to know the LISAP families and community. And so thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sarah. And last but not least, Blake, I don't see you, but I see that there is a name on there. There we go.
I'm here. Like Sarah said, I am also a Maine native, and I'm so excited to shift my role within this district. And I'm really excited to get to know all of the awesome and dynamic and exciting students at Lincoln, and build on some of the really important and positive and disruptive momentum that they have started. So it's nice to meet all of you, and here we go.
Awesome. Thank you, Blake. Great.
Excellent. Welcome to all of you. Okay, so now we are going to move back into our agenda as it was issued. And we actually don't have a report of the secretary tonight. We don't yet have the minutes from our June 21st meeting. So we'll consider them at our next meeting along with the minutes from today. So we are moving on to consent items. Mr. Superintendent, do you want to speak to this agenda item?
Yes, Chair. So under board policy KCD, the school board accepts by unanimous consent contributions made to the school district as required by that policy. All of the donations are listed in the board agenda under this item. Our practice is for each donor to receive a written contribution acknowledgement expressing our heartfelt gratitude as well as for their tax purposes. And I would like to thank the generous contributors to the Portland Public Schools who have made donations of durable goods, goods of substantial value and historical or commemorative significance, including for Longfellow Elementary School, which received 4 new iPads for math intervention support from Corey Polanetsky of Portland, a $3,000 contribution to Casco Bay High School from an anonymous donor to be used for scholarships for graduating seniors, for the Jewel and Hope Island Awards, and this was received in January of 2022, but was not reported until this past July. $1,000 to Casco Bay High School from the Silverberg Family Foundation, also from January 2022, that was just reported now. And then a $500 contribution to Casco Bay High School from James and Catherine Smith, and a $300 contribution to Casco Bay from Ida Levitt to support drama and the Mamma Mia production. That was also received previously, but just now reported. So we're doing some catch up around Casco Bay contributions. 4 $50 Hannaford gift certificates donated to PHS from April and Dennis Noonan to provide food for students, and 50 bike helmets donated to the district by the Kiwanis Club of Portland. As always, thank you to our contributors for their generosity and support of the Portland Public Schools.
Great. And now we are moving into our board focus on educational issues. We have 2 separate agenda items tonight for our board focuses. Sorry. The first is a data report on student discipline data from 2018 to the present. Mr. Superintendent, are you introducing this?
Yeah, just briefly. This report, as you know, is required by our revised student discipline policy. JK calls for an annual report to the board on our student discipline outcomes. And so joining us for the presentation is Dr. Gavin Goodall, our Executive Director for Data and Technology. They held our data manager, and obviously Assistant Superintendents Nally and Townsend. So I'm going to turn it over to Gavin.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As Javier said, I'm the Executive Director of Data and Technology for the district. I'm happy to be with you this evening and for some of the upcoming board meetings to look at data that we hope will illuminate some of the trends across the district. So tonight we'll be discussing behavior data from the most recent school year, 21-22, while providing previous year's data for context. The student data comes from our student information system, Infinite Campus, and we'll be sharing behavior data through the end of the year for several years, focusing on in and out of school suspensions. We've given you guys updates throughout the last year, but this is the culmination of it at the end of the year. So this is our final behavior presentation on school year 21-22. So we'll be looking at behavior data that's been merged with student demographic information in order to look at our suspensions by race, multilingual status, and SPED status. Our reporting will be focused mostly on secondary schools since there are so few actions that result in suspension at the elementary level. At the end of our presentation, Assistant Superintendent Townsend will share some of our next steps based on current and in-progress district practices. So we'll be sharing a lot of data there's 30 plus slides. So if you have questions during the presentation, there's a good chance that we'll address some of those questions throughout the presentation. So if you can hold your questions until the end, make a note of them, that will be helpful. Thank you already to the person who gave public comment with suggestions for other ways to look at the data. Of course, everything we share with the board is a balancing act between what's relevant and not getting so deep in the data that we lose those trends, but we're happy to share more with you outside of this context as well. Okay, so we'll start with what types of behavior events are recorded inside of our student information system and resolution types. So here we're looking at state behavior events. So we have to report several things to the state multiple times each year about resolutions. And so these are the state categories that are all linked to school event categories. The school event categories, there are many more of them. They get more granular. So you'll see both of them tonight. So I'll give you a moment to look through those. And you'll see them over and over again tonight. And so in several cases as well, there are over 50 different school event types, and it also varies from school to school. So we've grouped a lot of them into similar types in our analysis. So it's easier for you guys to follow along. All right, and resolution types at the state level, again, are, what has happened as a result of the behavior incident that has been reported. So we'll be focusing on in-school and out-of-school suspensions. The reason the state report is so limited is because these are things we're required to report to the state. So a lot of things end up in pending or null because most incidents do not occur in suspension or expulsion or removal to an interim educational setting. And just a quick distinction between in-school and out-of-school suspensions. In-school suspensions are required to be reported if a student is outside of the learning environment or classroom for 50% or more of the day. And then out-of-school suspensions are when we actually send students home when they have to leave school. So we'll get into more detail later on the event types that most often lead to suspension, but this slide gives a rough overview of the past 5 years and serves as a reminder that 2020 and 2021 were anomalies because in school year 2020, in-person learning stopped in March, and all of 2020 was remote and hybrid at the secondary level. And so you'll see far fewer suspensions there. So when you're comparing years, keep that in mind. I'd also like to note that in 2019, you'll see many more events that were categorized as other, not drug, alcohol, weapons, or violence related. So we've been working on becoming better at collecting and labeling data properly to have more accurate representations. And so, and have that be more consistent across school. So this past year is probably the most accurate data that we have on record. There's still work to do, but you'll see that difference across the years, that there's more ways that we can slice the data. So we'll start by talking about who's being suspended, and we'll look at the different demographic information around that. So here is the total number of all suspensions, in school and out of school suspensions. And you can see that recorded suspensions went up in 2019 and were very similar to this past school year, 21-22. And that generally there are more cases of out of school suspension each year than in school suspension. You can see that on the graph below. However, there were more cases of in-school suspension in school year 21-22 than in the previous 4 years. And that distribution between in-school and out-of-school suspension has been changing. So one thing to note, I think many of us, when we hear suspension, we immediately think of it as a negative thing, and oftentimes it is. But as you see our in-school suspensions increasing, what that reflects is often efforts on the part of the school to keep students in school as much as possible and to not send them home and to burden the families and to try to resolve issues within the school. And again, if that takes over half of the day, then it's recorded as an in-school suspension. So that shift in many times can be seen in that light. Not always, but many times. So this shows suspension by race over the past 4 years. And when we look at suspensions by race, we can see that Black and white students have been suspended a similar number of times, except in 2018. But we know that white students account for between 51 and 56% of the student population over that period, and Black students account for between 26 and 30% of our students. So there is disproportionality there in suspension rates, and we'll share the actual demographic data on slide 11 around race, but we'll see this several times. So this slide shows the same information as the previous slide, but instead of the number of students, it shows the percentage of the population. Black students have come to represent a large proportion of suspensions over time, while the percentage of Hispanic students being suspended has decreased over time, even as the population has increased across the district. So this is a little bit more evident there when you look at it by percentage. Okay, so on this slide, you can see the demographic breakdown of suspensions delineated by in-school versus out-of-school suspension. And the thing that is probably most noticeable is that Black students more often receive in-school suspension, and white students are more likely to receive out-of-school suspension than in-school suspension. You'll see this over and over as we dive more deeply into the reasons for those suspensions, but that is a trend that we've noticed last year. So now we're looking at our English language learners and their rates of suspension. On the slide, you'll see EL/ML. We're transitioning as a district using multilingual learners instead of English language learners as a more asset-based way of doing it. We haven't quite gotten it all yet. So you'll see EL exited, EL never EL still, but we're changing that as we go along. So our population of EL students has remained relatively stable over the past 5 years, but they've accounted for a disproportionate number of suspensions, around half of in and out of school suspensions, but they make up only 33% of our student body. This is also true for our students with IEPs. While they account for less than 17% of the student population, they consistently make up over 50 to 55% of our suspensions. And if I'm going too fast, please let me know. I'll slow down. So why are students being suspended? We'll now look at the reasons for those and the differences between demographic groups and the reasons for suspension. And to do this, I'll turn over the presentation to Bay Heald, our data and reporting manager, who is actually responsible for most of these beautiful visuals and slides that you see here. So Bay will walk you through the deeper dive into the reasons for suspensions across demographic groups.
That's the forward arrow?
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to look both at in-school and out-of-school, but starting with in-school suspensions and the differences between demographic groups at the whole district level. So the first slide, we look at in-school suspensions by demographic group. So you'll see on the top of the x-axis the different demographic groups. So we have Black, Latinx, and then white. And then the y-axis for the bar is the number of incidents. So here we can see, just looking at like the bar height, that Black students this year had the most number of in-school suspensions. And then the colors are the reasoning. So this slide, we're looking at the state event. And that was, as we already saw on the first slide, the 7 categories that the state provides. And then you notice that there's like this large bar that's baby blue, that's other. So to understand the other, we'll look at the school event names. So the cadence of the whole presentation will be sort of looking at the state event type. And then the following slide, looking only at those, like the incidents that were categorized other and what they're categorized at the school. So some of the takeaways when you look at the graph, for Black student in-school suspensions, the orange bar is much larger. So orange across the whole presentation is going to be incidents due to violence. And the largest category is like the lighter orange. So it's violence without physical injury, which is defined as incidents involving violent behavior or the threat of violent behavior, but that did not result in the need for professional medical attention. So that's the distinction there. So now on the next slide, we'll look at just those events that were categorized as blue before. So these are events that were categorized as other at the state level, and we've broken down the different school events into groups, which was mentioned before. So the largest category here for school events is this group that's insubordination, disrespect, disruption, and inappropriate language, which I'm just going to call insubordination going forward. But it's sort of like a group of different types of events. And that's if you wanted to see all the different names, that's in the appendix on slide 41. But here we just are looking at sort of why students are getting suspended for other. So a lot of it is to do with insubordination. And then you can see there's other, the green is bullying, which is also sort of more prominent. So now we're going to look at out of school suspensions and are there differences across demographic groups. So this is the exact same graphic as before, but now we're looking at out of school suspensions by race. So here it's quite clear that white students are being suspended more as the bars are higher. So those are just more incidents. But we're also seeing sort of like different trends in color. So we're seeing there are more other events for white students. That's the blue bar on the bottom. And then we're also seeing this green bar that we hadn't seen before. So those are events related to drugs and alcohol. And then again, we'll start to see trends that are racially disproportionate in terms of the orange bar. So Black students, that section of the bar, more Black students are being suspended for violence, mostly without physical injury, that lighter bar. And so then as we go on to the next slide, we're looking again at like just that blue bar of the other at the school level. So again, we're seeing insubordination being the biggest bar across the whole district. And then for white students specifically, we're also seeing drug and alcohol related, which is the mustard yellow color, and then bullying, which is the green color. So in order to do sort of a deeper dive into just these incidents of violence, we're going to look at the data in a different way. So here on the x-axis, I can't like fully see the screen that far away, but it's the first one is violence without injury. Wait, nope. Yep, without, and then
I'm sorry, no, first is with. And
first is with, perfect. So it's first with and then without. That's what I thought. So there are a lot more, again, the height of the bar is how many incidents occurred. So there were a lot more incidents that happened without physical injury. But here we start to really see the disproportionality. So what we'd hope to see, the colors are by racial group. What you would expect to see is if the district is around 50% white, which it is, you'd expect to see that bar be around 50%. But here we see, if you look at the aqua bar, that's Black students. So that's where we begin to see the disproportionality. So in 2019-20, that's 61% of suspensions are Black students. And then this year it's 48%, while the district is roughly 30% Black for the student body. So then when you kind of start to ask yourself, well, what are these violence without injury incidents? It's like almost always fighting. So that sort of like lime green bar, most of the events are due to like students fighting. So then another question that kind of comes up is we see that there are a lot of out of school suspensions for white students. And one of the questions is, well, like what about multilingual students that are white? So this is sort of like looking into that. So what we're looking at is the percentage of incidents and like what percentage of incidents each year were white multilingual students, and that's that orange bar. So that bar is pretty low across the whole district over time. We see a slight spike at Lincoln this year, and that's sort of really like the only point in time where that's really like a worthwhile number to look at. That's sort of more significant. So that's 20% of suspensions at Lincoln this year were white multilingual students. And then this is not on the slide, but when you filter it out, that's so 58% of white suspensions at Lincoln this year were multilingual white students. And that's really is like an anomaly across the district and across time as well. It wasn't necessarily like that at Lincoln like prior years. All right, so everything we looked at up to this point has been at the district level. So now we're going to look at the school level differences and be able to see some of the ways in which schools use in and out of school suspensions differently. So starting with middle school, we have, let's see if I can see this. So it's in-school suspensions in navy and out-of-school suspensions in blue. So the sort of trend that we're seeing is as in-school suspensions go up, out-of-school suspensions are decreasing. So Moore is sort of using in-school suspensions more, King slightly out of school more, and then Lincoln quite a good balance of both. And so as we dive into each school, we're going to look at Moore in school, King out of school, and then Lincoln in school and out of school as they're using both. So this is the exact same graph as the last graph, but now we're breaking everything down by race to look for disproportionality. So again, we would be looking here for a bar color representing the race that's larger than its share of the population at the school. So some noteworthy spots of disproportionality are at King, 55% of OSS were Black students. And though King does have the larger share of Black students, it's still only 35% of the student body. So it still is disproportionate. And then again at Moore, 54% of OSS and ISS are Black students, and the student body is like around 29% Black students. So we're going to start with Moore and why, and looking at ISS. So why are students receiving in-school suspensions at Moore? So here we're looking at Black students and white students on the upper x-axis. And again, the bar height represents sort of like the number of incidents, and then the colors we're looking at for the reasoning. So there's actually like a quite clear distinction here. So again, the orange is violence. So here for Black students, a much larger share of suspensions are due to violence, mostly without physical injury. And then it's sort of almost a flip for white students, and we see other being used much more. So other is used like roughly half the time for white students. So then on this slide, the next slide, we'll kind of be able to understand, so why are white students receiving in-school suspension if it's being marked as other at the state level? So it's sort of a similar trend that we're seeing. So insubordination, bullying, harassment. And then we'll start to see this sort of like data input error where we see violence and aggression show up for the other, where it really should have been marked as violence and aggression. Like it should be that orange color that we saw on the previous slide. And I think that in some instances that might make the disproportionality like slightly less so. Like for here, we're seeing white students that have aggression related in-school suspensions. All right, so then out of school suspensions at King. So it's sort of, we're seeing a really similar disproportionality as before, with the orange bar being like a larger percent for Black students than for white students, and even more use of that other category. And that again is like sort of like a data input issue more than anything else. So on the next slide, we'll see, so there's 82% of white students are suspended for other, roughly, different across the years. So on the next slide, we'll see, okay, there it goes, why those are. So mostly insubordination across the board. And then we have that aqua bar across the bottom for violence and aggression. That's sort of like a place where like all of those should have been coded at the state level. But so again, so it's mostly insubordination. And then we're also starting to see this other color bar, the gray bar, which is labeled as true other. That just means from the data perspective that at the state level, the event was coded other. And then at the school, they also like called it other, even though they, instead of calling it, you know, like skipping class or something else, it just was set other again.
And that would be considered a data error.
Right, a data error. And it's not so frequent. I think that the slides make it seem like it might be more frequent than it is, especially across time. Yeah. So this is Lincoln. We're looking at in-school and out-of-school suspensions. So it's a bit more to look at. So it's in-school suspensions on the left, out-of-school suspensions on the right, but then also broken down by black and white for both. So interestingly, at Lincoln, unlike the other schools, white students are being suspended out of school for violence more. So if you look at the far right hand of the screen, that's like those tall orange bars on that side. But if you remember, 58% of the white suspensions at Lincoln this year were multilingual students. So even though there's more white suspensions and more due to violence, they could have been multilingual students. So it's sort of like a little bit more nuanced for Lincoln specifically for this year. And then, so for other, we're again seeing more insubordination. We're starting to see a little bit of the yellow, like the brighter yellow bar, which is vandalism, trespassing, and stealing. And it's sort of pretty consistent across both for white and black students by the school event for the other events. So then moving on to high school, there's more differences on the suspensions over time slide. So this is just looking at the number of in-school and out-of-school suspensions at each high school. So there's some really obvious things to note first, is that Casco is only using out-of-school suspensions, and Portland also mostly uses out-of-school suspensions. And Deering does use both, but they actually didn't always use ISS. And so there's sort of like an increase in Deering using ISS as like they're decreasing using OSS. I think I said that right, but you can see it on the slide as well. And then so why are students being suspended at each high school? One of the biggest differences you'll see is the color. So there's this green that wasn't there before. Those are incidents due to drugs and alcohol. So it's for the best that they weren't seen before, but that's a big difference here. And there's less incidents due to violence. There are certain years where it's more. So this year at Casco and Deering, there were more, like a higher percentage of incidents due to violence. And then also 2019 at Portland High, but it's not consistently the most like frequent reason to give someone a suspension. And others also used quite a lot at the high school level. So the next slide, this is just what does that other really mean? And we see at the high school level specifically, there are more of that like true other bar, and that's really just bad data entry like previously in time. So they're like that 1 year that almost all of them at Deering were, but mostly we see the insubordination, we see drugs and alcohol, which is also coded wrong. That should have been coded like differently at the state level. So like the other really exposes more like the data entry errors than anything else, and also the insubordination events. And so now next steps. So I'm going to hand it over to Erin.
Good evening, everyone. Excuse me. Thank you to Gavin and Bay for the level of detail here. This is kind of the level of depth and analysis, that we, is new for us. So helps to tee up actions we can take moving forward with this work. So what is represented here in terms of some of these next steps action, a number of these really reflect our district priority around safe and equitable schools that we've been continuing to refine over this past year. Reflects some of our strategies that we aspired to implementation this past year, did spring step back with our administrators focused on priority 2 specifically to help refine this for the coming year. And certainly as we close the year, offered further reflections around the work we need to do to continue to impact the climate and safety of our schools in the sense of belonging for all students. So the first is continuing to prioritize the strengthening of relationships within our communities through the use of community building and restorative circles and de-escalation skill building. So while in the past year, we had a broad, area of emphasis around restorative practices and starting to build shared understanding. Our move this year is really explicitly focused on the foundational work in restorative practices of establishing those relationships and that sense of community, using some of those structures so that we can continue to grow with that work over time. We also are recommitting to kind of our multi-tiered systems of support, something that over the course of the pandemic in the various novel contexts of school had not been as relevant in some senses. So we're deepening our school-wide cultures through the implementation of our multi-tiered systems of support. So that's implicated both with our work around PBIS, the positive behavioral intervention systems, and response to intervention, the use of data to be able to ensure we're providing students the kinds of supports they need to be successful in school. And then more broadly, kind of at the district level, so those are school level practices that we're supporting leaders in. We just finished 2 full days together with leaders for our annual kind of August leadership retreat, focused explicitly on those 2 first bullets and modeling work together as an administrative team about how we do those things together such that they can then in the August Institute and the week when teachers are back before students return can replicate that in terms of community building with staff so that then teachers and staff can continue to carry that forward into classrooms as we start the year. At the district level, part of our reflections have identified this clarity of needing to build a clearer shared vision around social emotional learning instruction and integration across pre-K to 12. So as you may have heard, and my colleague, Assistant Superintendent Nally, we've reported on at time the work of other vertical teams, the math vertical team, social studies vertical team, thinking about our instruction in those areas and the materials we're using. We'll be convening an SEL vertical team this year to think about that over time. We've historically had work at the elementary schools using Second Step as a curriculum for SEL, but implementation, has been inconsistent, and it has been some time since we've evaluated whether that's the appropriate kind of programming. And certainly in our reflections in the spring, recognized a significant gap in explicit SEL instruction for our middle and high school students. So excited about that work. The second part of that third bullet is around, creating space to explicitly start talking about the strategies for alternatives to suspension. So working with our middle school and high school assistant principals and principals will be a part of our body of work this year to start to begin to tackle questions such as the ones that Principal Pierce kind of brought to us in the spring of, we've been in systems such that and for those that were schooled in the United States in which punitive discipline is how we have experienced school. And so beginning to identify the replacements for those models is a body of work that we need to take up. And we recognize from the literature and our understandings about growing a restorative culture or a culture that is supportive of restorative practices. It begins with the community building. And so that's part of why that first bullet is there. And that's our explicit focus this year. And concurrently, we want to begin to identify what those alternatives may be. Historically, just as you saw in the data, violence with or without injury is one of the most prevalent things, and reasons for suspension, be it in school or out of school. And so beginning to tackle the questions of what would it look like if we did not suspend for fighting? How would we engage? What would we need to do? What kind of supports and resources would need to be true such to both maintain safety, for all of our students and staff and community, and to be able to continue to include those students moving forward so that all of the kind of negative effects from a punitive discipline model don't accumulate over time. So excited about explicitly engaging in those conversations to start to build those alternatives and share practice across schools in terms of how people have been holding that work and trying to innovate. So that'll be a place of learning over the course of the year. To support that work, reconvening our kind of behavior team meetings. So this historically was both at the school level, ensuring kind of school level PBIS teams are meeting and meeting consistently to be able to support the implementation, that they're looking at data at the school level, not just of suspension data, but other data, as we'll talk to in terms of office referrals and other behavior data, and also doing the work, the proactive work, to develop common expectations and consistency, to teach those expectations, to provide systems of recognition and acknowledgement when students are meeting those expectations. So that'll happen at the school level as well as across grade spans at a district level, again, to be able to start to work on some of the issues that we see here in the data, that provides some of the inconsistencies. So that'll be one of the outcomes of that work together, as well as supporting and reinforcing the work that's happening at the school sites to provide them support as they do the school level work. Then, the second to last bullet, early stages of implementing kind of common data systems. So this is really about growing our implementation across the district of a kind of complementary data system called SWIS, which is aligned to the PBIS model that really tracks all kinds of behavior data, not just suspension, because we know that suspension certainly is not the ultimate, but close to, expulsion, obviously kind of the ultimate, resolution in terms of data, but we know that there are many more incidents of data that we need to be monitoring. And historically, it has been kind of an opt-in model for schools who have been kind of taking up PBIS, that have been using this. So we're growing that over the course of the year to move towards kind of common district-wide implementation of that tool so that we can have, again, more common and consistent data to reflect on these efforts and start to evaluate our implementation right at the earlier stage before it even gets to suspension. So excited about conversations, that have been generated around that of how that may help us to evaluate the efforts from our first couple of bullets, right, where we're starting to see progress potentially around with the implementation of the de-escalation skill building. Are we starting to see fewer students being sent out of class because we're following professional development and support around that? We're seeing faculty and staff being able to implement that more effectively. And then, lastly, continuing to kind of regularly monitor this discipline data and share this with you all at the board at regular intervals. Certainly, our policies call for an annual review, such as we're doing today. But as we monitor this over the course of the year, providing, updates throughout the year that reflect both the implementation around this and some of the outcomes we're starting to see as we continue to kind of grow our district-wide practice in service of our priority of creating safe and welcoming schools for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Aaron and Gavin and Bay, these slides are incredible and really help us understand what's happening in the district. So it sounds like Bay is responsible for them. So thank you so much, Bay. It's tremendous work. So really appreciate that. Okay, we're going to take board questions. I want to just ask the board, just cognizant that we have a really long meeting tonight, that if we can try to keep the questions we have tonight to around 20 minutes. So we're aiming to wrap up this board focus and move to our next one at around 7:40. I would be grateful, just respectful of all of our time. I know this is a critically important topic. So let's see if we can achieve that. And I see Ms. Bondo. So Ms. Bondo, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I will try. I'm not really sure. I will try because this is really important to really understand, because thank you so much, team. And I think we need, with our objection, I think we just need to pause a little bit to reflect, because this is what we are here for. The education that we need for our students need to be in the classroom, not outside of the school, not in the suspension. So I think some of the clarification questions going to deep a little more further for those next steps. So I have a couple of questions. I'm gonna just be brief and maybe sending some questions to the team later.
Ms. Bondo, please go ahead. I'm not meaning to cut anyone off. I'm just recognizing that we have a full agenda, but please don't hold back.
Thank you. Thank you, team, for the presentation. So let's go. So my first question is to understand the impact on those suspension in or out of the school. If there is any impact on the transcript or on the graduation to the students. Because when we suspending them or in or out, do anything being reflected on the transcript or something on their record for graduation in the field?
No, no is the short answer. That is not reflected on their transcripts. That their transcripts reflect their academic data. So the behavior data is not something we report out in that way on transcripts and such.
There is a question in many universities ask the question of students if they were ever suspended while they were in school.
Right.
And then it's a question that the student has to answer.
Okay.
But it's not something that is in the transcript.
So we don't keep anything on the student record because this is a continuation to the high achievement college. I mean, that's what they're expecting. So everything starts from what we're giving to them on the road and then what they're going to accomplish to be a good citizen. So just wonder why we're suspending them if we don't see any consequences on the transcript on the graduation.
We're suspending them for actions that they take in school on any given day. And so again, not to, belabor, I think what, both Aaron and Gavin talked about the need for us to look for non-punitive ways of, of changing behavior, which is ultimately what punishment is designed to do. It's not to sort of go into, sentence for your life, but rather to change behaviors that happened, and so that's why we do it. We think that we need to work to find other ways of doing it, but that's the reason. So.
Yeah, and sorry, there are lots of reasons students are suspended. Some of the reasons, and this is one reason we want to get even more data, and we can dig deep into comments, it just takes a long time, is sometimes, for example, if there's a threat assessment, a student has to be suspended until we can make sure that they're not a threat to staff or students. That, which is not most of the time, but some of the time, often you'll hear when you speak to school leaders about it, they'll say, it was for safety reasons. We had to separate these students from each other. They were fighting. And if we didn't, in school suspension or out of school suspension, etc. So those are a lot of reasons. Sometimes it is purely punitive. You'll hear people say, well, the student did this, they need to be suspended to learn a lesson. So there are many, many reasons students are suspended.
All right. So do we have any idea on the gender? So how many on the boys and girls? How many we got on suspension?
We can get the data. So.
Okay. All right. Good. So can we, if we have some data, can we get some of those reports? Thank you. And I look at it, the reason of the decline on the Hispanic. When I look at the percentage on the Hispanic population of students, I see a decline. So do we have a reason or something has improved or something that we need to be aware, something has done right, or it's just the number?
We've not drilled into any specifics. I mean, the numbers were always small and they just have, become a little bit smaller, but that's really all that we can say about it.
All right. For the EL student, the black and white, I just put them all together. I mean, when I look at that, we have a little increase on their suspension rate. So I really wonder the aspects that approach for them to understand exactly the rules, because English is the second language. Are we taking attention of that, or just because of the event, we just go with the event and they have to be suspended?
Well, Assistant Superintendent Towson and Superintendent can say more about when a student has to be suspended. There are cases where board policy says that they need to be, but most of the suspensions don't fall into that category.
And this is the first time that we've actually looked at EL, and I will say that it was surprising and disappointing, I think, for us to see those outcomes. So certainly something that we need to look at further, but this is the first time that we've actually looked at. I think the special education numbers were, numbers that we're aware of. And obviously, I think Ms. Offerman had asked a question about the disability types, that I've got a note for that, but that was not surprising. The EL information was surprising.
All right, for the IEPS students, just to understand, do we have a different step before to get to the suspension? Because those are IEP students, those are special ed students. So just need to understand the step before we decide to go with the ISS or the OSS.
So, unless if a student has been suspended either in school or out of school, so cumulatively less than 10 days, no, there's the same discipline procedures apply. If a student is potentially suspended or is going to exceed that 10-day threshold of cumulative, that could be they got a 3-day in-school suspension. It could be a number of different things. But if they're exceeding 10 days of any kind of suspension, then we're required to have what's called a manifestation determination meeting to evaluate whether the pattern of removals, as it's called, the suspensions, is related to their disability, or there's kind of two questions at play in the manifestation. Is it related to their disability, or is it related to a failure to effectively implement their IEP? And if the answer is yes to either of those, then that requires us to go back and either amend the IEP, identify additional services to be able to be providing the student, because it is a function, it's the conclusion is it's a function of the disability. So, but up to that 10-day limit, it is the same disciplinary procedures. But after that being said, certainly many students, we work towards interventions, have behavior plans, work to provide a number of interventions on the front end so that it does not get to that point. So through the IEP process for many students, we're working proactively for whom there are concerns around behavior, to be able to identify strategies to prevent any of those kinds of incidents from occurring.
So, yeah, thank you so much. So are we working with parents? Because the IEPs is really important to me. So I just wonder the way we really want to work on this situation. Do we have a plan and strategy with parents? Because I just want to make sure, because those behaviors need to be balanced between the parents and the school. So I just want to see if the school is doing its part and the parents also get engaged and involved to that specific plan and strategy before to go to that suspension, because this is the final one that we're doing.
In terms of IEP processes, there are many procedural safeguards that require parent engagement and participation. So the development of those plans within the IEP team process must include parents or guardians. So they're certainly engaged in that way. I would distinguish that, though, necessarily from any individual incident of suspension and behavior that may occur on a given day, in which schools may be responding. So it's a bit of, yes, in terms of the IEP process, that's mandated by federal law in terms of the engagement of families. Does that mean I would say also there's always room for improvement in that communication and engagement, but for the IEP process, that is.
And I think your question is broader than IEP. It's just in general. For
Yes.
And part of our due process requirements is communication with families. So, that is built into the system before somebody is suspended or at the time that somebody is suspended. I also know anecdotally that doesn't always happen as consistently as we would want it to. And,
Exactly.
Sometimes, so that is definitely an area, for growth as well, is our ability to, communicate effectively and engage parents in helping to solve the problems, particularly with recurring, with students that have recurring behavioral issues.
All right, thank you. So my last question, I think I have more questions, but I can send to the team. So my last question is that when I look at all the way we define the different events between Black students and the white students, something that I look at when I look at the middle school is more middle school and King middle school. I mean, when I see violence on the Black student, for the white student, it has been seen like odors. I mean, aggression, I feel like aggression from the white student is being considered as an odor, but not as a violence.
I don't think that's factual, but
I just want to make sure.
Sorry, can you being considered as other instead of violence?
At the state level.
Yeah, at the state level.
Oh, I did. Let's go back. Middle school specifically. So these are just the suspensions.
Yeah.
At King, so
Yeah,
King specific.
more like King, if I get right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there were only nine suspensions of white students, but in this case, there were only 4 as other, and as Javier said, that's like a clerical error. We'd have to look at the comments, if there are any, in Infinite Campus to tell why they're categorized as other twice. But yeah, absolutely. There are cases. What we actually saw, one of our takeaways was actually white students are more likely to be out of school suspended for violence without physical injury and other, more so than black students. So as a disproportionately, yes, more black students are suspended, but reasons wise, we see more out of school suspensions for violence without physical injury and other for white students. So that's what we saw. So I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, I think I can follow up. I just don't want to hold too much. I think I will follow up with that because when we look at black students, we see all the time violence. That's what I've been seeing on the picture. Here on those presentations, it's been violence most of the time. And then for all the categories of students, it mostly insubordination, orders. That's what I've been seeing.
Yes.
But I mean, that's already a perception, misperception, between those two race.
Yes, we did. Definitely, we saw
more violent. So when we talk about violence, we see little more aggravated violence, more stronger ways that they need to be suspended for.
Yes, we did. We definitely saw more violence without physical injury for black students, especially in school suspensions.
Yeah.
Yep.
People don't see without, people see violence. And I think that's why we need really to balance our data. I'm so glad that we got this out of the shadow to really see exactly what are really happening on those schools and then really follow the next step, like the superintendent said. Then we really need to make it happen. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. Ms. Biliou.
Thank you. This is not necessarily related to the slideshow, but I wanted to see or to know if the superintendent still had access to the Fusion Center or MIAC. No, as in you don't know if you have access?
I don't know what those are. So if I have access to them, I certainly haven't used them.
Oh, okay. I can specify, but thank you. Maine Information and Analysis Center, which is just like a collective center for police. That's not the best use, but for law enforcement. And I think on there it said that the superintendent had access to that.
I don't know, Gavin or Bay, are you guys familiar with that data?
You don't have to answer it. It's just I just wanted to know.
I don't know. And
okay.
Aaron, your hand's up.
I'll just say briefly, I have certainly not accessed it. I am familiar with it only in our collaboration with Portland Police Department in times when there have been potential threats and certainly online threats and such, that's been a reference that they've made where they've gotten information from them at times that they have communicated to us. So that's just the only context I'm familiar with us.
Okay.
Thank
you. And then for the slides, I wanted to know, are classifications based on already set guidelines by the state, or are the districts classifying what those are, or like the school districts?
There's a little bit of both.
Okay, so
there's both. And as I mentioned, there are for some schools, over 70 different school event types. This is something that we noticed that we're going to work on to tighten up this year because they're saying the same thing in different ways. And so Bay went through the painstaking work of grouping all those different school events into similar categories because schools currently, maybe not in the future, have the ability to create custom categories. And but there's some variation at about 30.
Okay.
But there's a set of categories that are the state categories. And in the slideshow, as Ms. Held said, we started with what's under the state categories, and then there's a state category that's other, And that's the one that we broke down further into these,
into these
other categories, so that you would get a deeper look instead of just like seeing a bunch of others. What you have is what are some of the things that happen under that. And that's where you can see the data errors. You can see, some of the, other categories that, the insubordination, the bullying, and things along those lines.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And to follow up on that, I wanted to know if, and I guess that this goes back to your thought about how you have so many classifications, you haven't been able, I guess, I guess this is more of like, do you plan to categorize like race-based or hate-based suspension? Because I feel like that's important.
So it's not in here broken down, but all bullying and harassment cases have to be identified on the basis of race, gender, sexual orientation, or what's the other? Religion. So if we dug into bullying and harassment data specifically, it would say which of those categories, which is coming in August 16th presentation on harassment specifically.
And how, okay, yeah, thank you.
I'll
reserve that for.
Yeah,
for that.
But bullying and harassment is the only category where it's broken down by those reasons. So fights not broken down by that.
Is there any way we can get that or no?
If we instituted a policy across district that it had to be recorded for every incident, but in many of these, so put it this way, sorry.
No,
if that is the case, it has to be reported as bullying or harassment.
Okay.
If someone is, even if you tease, by the strict definition of the state and what we've shared is, was if you tease someone on the basis of any of those things, that is harassment. Like you may say, I was joking, but it's like, no, that is harassment because it's on the basis of race, sex, or religion, right?
Okay. And I
should be recorded as such.
Okay. I wanted to specify trying to find racism or hate based on the violence aspect, because I think sometimes if Black kids are being harassed by racism and it turns into a fight, that can be recorded as just regular violence, not necessarily like the point of the violence. So that's what I was getting towards, of like trying to see if we can figure that out.
To that point, we have work to do on making sure that people classify it as both fighting and bullying harassment, because there's certainly fights where we see in the comments, there's a lot of information in the comments, but sometimes we'll read things like this person was called this, and then it led to a fight, but it's only in fighting. So, it should be on the board.
And also just because I know there are cases where students might have issues with teachers, and then it could be a race-based issue, and then those students would get like suspended or get classified as that. So I just want to emphasize that race aspect, because I think it's going to help us as the district and as the board to deal with that issue and try to figure out like, how does restorative actually fit into that if we don't really understand what's actually going on.
Absolutely. And you said it, but I wanted to make the point that the work that we did today, a lot of the work was centered around how do we take the context into consideration before this reaction? Like the student says, this is what happened. The teacher said, this is what happened. Like what were the other factors? And obviously race being one of them, especially with adults. Mm-hmm. And so this is part of the restorative work to make sure that it doesn't result in that. And so, but tracking it is a different thing. It's an ongoing conversation. Welcome all thoughts and recommendations.
Thank you. And I guess this leads into my other question. Sorry, I know I'm taking up a lot of time, but I wanted to know, how has restorative practices been implemented, or how long have restorative practices been implemented in the district's work? And have you guys measured how they impact these numbers?
Good evening. We launched some initial framing to a district-wide approach to restorative practices through our Equity Leaders cohort last year. And so there are individual teachers and schools that have been doing restorative practices in sort of pockets over time. Here we are in the great space at Casco Bay, and I know they've done a bunch of work. Barrett, the director of equity and inclusion, partnered with folks here, and they even had student-led circles that they got to in this past year. But from a district perspective, it was just this past year that we started to lay the foundation. And then just like Assistant Superintendent Townsend mentioned, our admin retreat yesterday and today was centered around that work to really launch the implementation of the foundational phase of restorative practices with a focus on relationships and culturally responsive pedagogy, and really having an expectation that everybody's doing community building circles this year, knowing that some schools will get to further with the restorative circles as well, but not everybody's got the foundation in place for that quite yet.
Okay, thank you, Malia. And to add on to that, I wanted to also ask, how has the superintendent's team or the administration, how have you all undergone continuous uprooting anti-Blackness and racism work so that you can interpret these numbers, or so that you have the capacity to understand how these things show up on a day-to-day?
Yeah. And thanks. I don't know what I'm doing with that. So when we launched the Portland Promise, that's when we started the Equity Leaders cohort, and we started a series of professional developments that were required. So at the time we talked about, should be, some people felt like it should be choice, that if people were opting in, they'd get more out of it. And we made an explicit decision at the time that this was not an option, that this is a core expectation for being an educator in this district. So that's work that's been happening for about 5 years. But it's ongoing work. So when you were talking about the example of, what I was hearing, your example of getting at, are people able to ask the question, if a student is reacting, have they considered, are they reacting to something in their environment that's triggering them because there's something racist happening? And how do we look at that and understand that? So I think we're moving with a deeper understanding. We use the Paul Gorski framework for equity literacy. So we talk a lot about how to recognize first in order to respond and redress. But it's absolutely ongoing work. And I would say we have a lot of growth to do.
Sorry, I think you might have misheard me, but I meant
I'm sorry.
The superintendent's cabinet, not necessarily the.
Yeah. Do you want to answer that?
I mean, so I'll take a crack at it. I think that, it starts with who is on the cabinet and the dispositions that those individuals bring to the work. And I can't be prouder of the group of people that form a part of my cabinet as individuals who, who sort of independent of the work that we've done together, come to the work with a deep understanding of the fact that we are sort of the holders of the power base in a system that is sort of entrenched in systemic racism, and that we are a part of that. And that, if you look at our equity goal, it's about, explicitly about removing those barriers. When you look at the data that you looked at today, it's kind of hard to see that, that we get it. But we do, and we're all, clearly recognizing that more work needs to be done. I think we've all, we've done work together. Our very first, when Malia talked about 5 years ago when we launched the Portland Promise, the first, retreat like the one that we did these past couple of days was focused on the, everybody going through the IDI, and then we had, we had ongoing individualized support around those growth edges for each individual. We've done collectively as a group with the board, actually gone through the Race in America course that Fiona and Alberto teach. And so, we did that as a group with the board, and also, prior to that had done it with our entire administrative team. Malia referred to the Gorski framework. we use that all the time as a way of centering our thinking and understanding of the things that we're doing. And now this year, as you heard, the focus for our administrative team is around, the restorative practices and really accelerating that work. So I think we all come at it. We try to bring a level of humility about, our understanding what we understand and what we don't understand, and curious disposition to try to engage, face to face with people and try to learn. So, I think it starts with the people that form a part of this team are deeply committed to anti-racist education, and that's a foundational set of questions that we ask when we hire people. And sometimes we do a better job of it than others, but that is, at the core of what we try to build a team around.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. That was all of my questions, and I can email the rest, but I really do want to specify that I think if we're asking teachers to do the work and be, especially yearly, and have the capacity to go to facilitated information sessions, I think we need to do that work as well. And I think the administration needs to do that work. And I think it should be continuous and ongoing, because I think anti-Blackness and racism aren't just, because even I have a lot of things that I don't understand and don't have the capacity to be informed about. And I need to do that work continuously. I think stopping it at, well, you have that identity, you can bring that, is not what we should strive for. I think we need to have continuous work in the sense that we're doing this work to dedicate to those students that are going through this on a daily basis, on a yearly basis, every aspect of their life. And I really want to specify that to be ongoing and not to really be how we enact it into the policy work of our district, but make it separate than that, and be an example for our teachers, for our staff members, that we're just as committed and we're just as dedicated personally and professionally. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Biliou. I will, you didn't have your hand up, do you? You do. Oh, go ahead, please. Ms. Russell-Better.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have a pretty brief question maybe for Gavin. I just was curious if you could help me just with the time frame that you were covering in the slideshow, just to understand, because it was 2018 as close to present as possible. Am I right? Like the end of this school year. And just understanding that it's probably like a year and a half of typical school year, right? Before COVID. So I just was curious if, just in my thinking that I didn't have a bigger picture before 2018 of trends. So just was curious if you could help just frame what that period that you covered was, and maybe some of it was limitation of how much data you could look at, but just to help me.
No, actually the limitation was on the quality of the data before then. Okay. We just, as you saw in 2019, there were so many things categorized as other as to be used, we just can't. And so that's something that had started when Javier hired me. He said, look, we've started working on the input side. Now we have something worthwhile to pull out. And so the limitation is really on what was in the system.
Okay, thank you. So now that those categories really are being tracked, or the plan is to really be tracking them more specifically, that will allow us to continue to have data that's more specific. And you're saying before 2018, you really couldn't be creating this tracking without those specific numbers.
Know that this is also, I think, Assistant Superintendent Townsend said this, it's not perfect, right? It's better.
Yeah.
And we're continuing to get, but there are events there's suspensions that don't get recorded sometimes, right? There's things that are categorized as other when they shouldn't be. And so this 21-22 is no doubt the best data that we have, and we'll continue to get better as schools continue to, build that muscle over time of doing the right thing, recording it in the correct ways.
Okay, thank you. And then just one quick follow-up. So then is that training for building administrators? I mean, I'm guessing it's assistant and principals, right, that are documenting.
Mostly.
So that's now kind of the expectation across the district that those categories are being, or that's kind of in the works to be the expectation of how they're categorized?
Yes, that, like Erin said, we are convening these meetings across grade span levels to ensure that that's the case. And again, we want to get, we're far more ambitious in the sense that, yes, that is a minimum with suspensions and harassment. And then you refer to the Swiss system. So we want to look much more deep at like office referrals and like, why are students being referred? What are the, what are the demographics of those students, right? Because there's a pattern before a suspension happens. We don't have that data right now. And we can look at like time of day of the week, month of the year, like, we have lots of ideas about ways to have a better handle on this. And Ms. Bill, you asked a question about how are we tracking data about restorative practices, and that's somewhere where we're sorely lacking. I think anecdotally here at Cascabel or Presumsca, I could tell you what they're doing, but it's not recorded anywhere. And so we've started those conversations on, hey, help us understand what you're doing so we can learn, etc.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Russell-Butter. I want to say that I'm really grateful for this data, but I find them deeply disappointing. We spent a lot of time overhauling our suspension policy in, I believe, 2020 and 2021 with the goal of reducing suspensions. And we see suspensions at essentially their highest level in 5 years. And I realized that that we're dealing with the continued experience of the pandemic, and it's been a very challenging time, but it is still very disappointing to see these numbers because, as Ms. Bondo said, we need kids in class in order to learn. And I just want to refer people back to the introduction, the purpose of our suspension policy, which specifies that out-of-school suspensions in particular should be used only used when unavoidable as a safety measure, such as in the case of imminent likelihood of harm. And yet, if you add up, if you just look at the first slide that you present data on, and you add up the other category and the violence without physical injury, that constitutes 78% of all suspensions. So in my mind, and then when you look at the other category, the fact that insubordination is the prominent category, and I see that as a power struggle with staff, and I see it completely inappropriate to suspend a student and when there's some kind of power struggle. That's not how we're going to educate our students. So I do have a question, and I'm sorry to be long-winded to get to it, but this data tells me that we need to go back and take a closer look at our suspension policy. And I would like to specifically preclude certain types of suspension, for instance, insubordination, but also things like physical violence without injury. We need, and I appreciate that Assistant Superintendent Townsend talked about working on non-punitive approaches that change behavior. But I don't think I think we need to move now. So I'd like to, I'm hoping the policy committee will take this up and that we can explore how we need to change this policy to help drive, in addition to all the steps that Assistant Superintendent Townsend outlined, to help drive a decrease, a marked decrease in suspensions, because I don't think that we are appropriately addressing these types of student behaviors. I do have a couple questions. I'm wondering what the norms are of in-state versus in-school versus out-of-school suspensions. I didn't see any rhyme or reason. Some schools use in school versus out of school, and what is our norm? What are we trying to achieve?
I mean, I think that's the focus for the grade pulling together and the grade spans is to establish some of that norming. I mean, it's going to contribute to the data, but also to the practices because they are inconsistent. And I would say there isn't a norm, right? I think what we do see, the trend is in effort, right, to reduce out of school suspensions. So thus, we see the increase of in school suspensions, but the norms for when it's used, how it's used, what happens during that time are not necessarily consistent. And that's part of the function of getting those folks together on a consistent basis to help develop that together with them, right? Those are the folks who are on the ground doing the work. And so together we need to do that.
Thank you. And then my other question, and this is my last question, is how do we scale restorative practices? I hear that that's the focus of the administrative team. I'm grateful to hear that. But I'm just wondering, what does it look like to actually scale restorative circles and practices? And are we able to, what would a timeline look like to get to a point where the typical response is a restorative response?
Yeah. So timeline. Let me speak a little bit to the timeline question first. So we did a 3-day planning retreat with our middle schools a couple of weeks ago, and we started with the timeline question. So if we want to get to a fully actualized restorative culture and set of practices, realistically, given where we are right now, like how should we look? How can we plan backward from that ultimate goal? So we put a 3-year kind of trajectory on that, feeling like that was ambitious in some ways, but obviously we're always balancing the sort of urgency with the practical reality of doing things authentically and deeply and not shallow and fast, and therefore missing the boat entirely. So that's kind of how we started to mentally look at that pathway. We were using a couple different toolkits that kind of help us step through the different phases and stages. And so this first year, we have a whole set of action steps that are connected to the universal tier 1 work, starting with that relationship building. So I think, some of the moves we make, if you will, in terms of how do we actually scale this work, obviously doing work with our leadership team is a step. Professional development is a step. Having consistent data systems is a step. Having an expectation that those data teams are meeting monthly with protocols. And I think we're going to be joining and supporting and monitoring those more than we have in the past to understand what implementation actually looks, sounds, and feels like at the building level. We've talked about, in addition to outcome measures, we're looking at what are the implementation measures so we can be tracking that more systematically. So we have some drafts of those, but this work this week with our admin team is partially focused on trying to land that more precisely. And so those are some of the moves we're making to try to be systematic about. It's not just about PD. It's about looking at all these different moves together and being explicit with ourselves and with our staff about, this is where we're trying to go. Here's the moves we're making this year on a path to get to that place. I think something that was a reflection this past year is people are trying, especially in escalated moments, to suddenly use a restorative circle, but we hadn't done all that foundational work. And that can be really problematic because then it doesn't work. And then that undermines people's belief in its possibility and purpose. So that's something we're trying to be really cognizant of. And I think, that's the tension. That's what's hard, is like feeling really, really urgent, but knowing that to move a system to transform an entire mindset and approach takes some time. So we're looking at that 3-year trajectory to just give ourselves some of those concrete milestones at this point in our planning.
And what if this year the board were to prohibit the use of suspension for some of the policies, some of the behaviors I suggested, like violence without physical injury and insubordination? Would we be prepared to respond to those behaviors in other ways?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say a thought, and I mean, you could jump in as well, or Aaron, you too. But so Aaron had mentioned the vertical team for SEL. One of the explicit things we state in our annual plan for this year is that part of the charge is to figure out how to eliminate suspension. And so we have 3 strategies within our safe and equitable schools priority. And that third one are the district sort of systems and structures pieces, and a deep look around what it would look like and how we would get there around elimination of suspension is explicitly called out in our plan. So I guess from my perspective, I think that work is named explicitly in our plan, and that's intended to be collaborative work with our leaders and educators this year. So I think we should have an accountability to you all to share what's happening in that work. But I think that's what we're planning to do with the team this year. So that would be my first reflection on that.
I was reflecting on that, and a couple of things. One is, I appreciate the urgency, and and I am incredibly proud of the fact that this board is, at that place and pushing us in that direction. I was thinking, like, so what would happen if we just said, like, you can't suspend kids? Unless it's like, somebody's nose was broken.
Well, there are a few clear categories.
Right, and then that's just hypothetical, right? So like, there's very, very limited opportunities. And, and I'm torn between, I think it, pushes the envelope to a place where we have to come up with alternatives. Or it could be like a real mess. So I do think that I hear and understand that urgency, and clearly, we made those changes to the policy. You read a portion of the policy. Clearly, we're not following the policy. And so, that's not okay. And so we definitely need to go back, and we need to figure out how to do that differently. And that's, I think, the work that we are engaged in. I do think that, sort of setting specific, a timeline and milestones around it is the way to go, as opposed to saying just, can't do it no more, but I don't know. It's obviously the board, is the policymaker. And so, if you, we'll engage with you in the development of that policy, as we always do, and bring the perspective from the folks that are doing the work. And, sort of my initial thought is that, like setting some timelines for doing that would be, the right way to go about it. But if you said tomorrow that you can't do any more suspensions, we'd have to figure out how to do that, or not.
Maybe one way to go would be to develop a board resolution that sets out some of the steps and a timeline and a process for reviewing the policy. And that might, for instance, satisfy me, who feels like when the board's job is to set policy, and clearly our policy is not working here. So I want to use the tools I have, but I'm hearing, certainly I want that work to be constructive. So, one way to go might be a resolution that just sets some of this up and I'm just thinking, on the fly here. But maybe we can consider that sets out a timeline and steps and brings it back to a consideration of whether the policy needs to be updated.
The one thing I wanted to say, and I forgot to say, was that, that I'm also sort of like, I'm sitting with the reality that it was this crazy year, right? And that, that's the piece that I feel like, I think it's somewhat positive that we're seeing more ISS, because I think that represents intent and a direction to try to avoid, putting kids out of school. But we don't really know that for a fact. We think and we hope that that's what it is, but, so that's, there. And then, 21 was just a crazy year. And so that's the part that I feel like, I don't know how much of this is just by virtue of the fact that, it was the year that it was. So, and at the same time, I also recognize like, oh yeah, Javier, you're not going to be here for next year. So like any timelines and stuff like that is just, like have fun, y'all, with it. But, and I don't feel great about that.
We will continue the work and make sure that it's done. I'm gonna, Ms. Lenz, I see your hand up. I neglected both Board Member Burke and Board Member Grant, who have had their hands up for longer. And so I'm going to first go to Board Member Burke.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. This is hard data to swallow, and it leaves me wanting to understand the nuances of the stories that comprise the data more. And I think that's what many of the questions my colleagues tonight have asked to try to get us towards. I'm not going to ask any more questions towards that end right now. Mine's just a straightforward one. Looking at the middle school data, how many of these suspensions are related to the protests this past spring? Do we know that number?
I mean, we can get that. It shouldn't be a very large number.
Okay. I would appreciate having that number at some point. Thanks. That's all for me.
Thank you, Board Member Burke. Board Member Grant, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. A question for the staff. Could you maybe give me an abridged version of who's responsible for suspension decisions? Is it, is it common across the buildings? Is it like a sort of a committee, is central office involved? Just walk me through just who's involved with a decision to suspend.
Yeah, I mean, by statute, it's administrators. So the assistant principal or principals, depending on in a building who's managing, often they're collaborating on those decisions. So the administrators of a given building, as part of the policy, and look forward to the engagement in the policy committee about what the chair has raised. One of the additions to the policy of any suspensions beyond 5 days had to be in consultation with the superintendent's office. So that was myself or Superintendent Batana often. So in suspensions for days 6 to 10. And so that did happen regularly. And one of the additional data points that we've begun to look at is, in terms of like implementation of the policy and whether we're seeing an impact, was like whether we're seeing a reduction in the number of days students are suspended. And so we have some further cleanup to do about that. But broadly, we do see a somewhat of a decline across most schools in terms of the average number of days of suspension. So that's beyond your question, Member Grant.
Sure.
But,
so the simplest answer is it's the principal and assistant principal.
Yes.
Those are the personnel that are responsible for the decision.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Grant. I'm now going to move to Ms. Lenz and then back to Ms. Russell-Benner.
Thank you. I think one thing that I feel like is missing from this conversation is the impact of suspensions on our students kind of in a long-term way and why it's important to bring down our suspensions. So just really wanting to say, like, it really does impact their graduation rates, their enrollment to higher education, their completion rates, and especially that is true for our Black male students. So just really, like, there's a much bigger context and a lot more weight, I think, comes with this conversation when we're thinking about the long-term impacts on our students. And then, so I think with that, I just really look forward to more conversation. I think by the amount of questions and thoughts that have been brought here on this, like, this needs to be a regular conversation. And I also think that our discipline data is a great place to be addressing a ton of other issues, right? Because it is kind of like where we see everything bubble up. And in that, I love Paul Gorski. I'm a super geek around Paul Gorski, so I'm excited about that. And just this year, he put out like a little tweet that said, the hitch in positive behavior programs that focus on rewarding good behavior is that research shows that educators interpret behavior differently across race. If we don't fix that, at least part of what we're rewarding with these programs is whiteness. And so I don't think we need to get into this right now, but I'm just like really curious that as we're doing PBIS across our schools, like, how are we getting at the racial interpretations that teachers are having and how that then leads into this discipline data. So thank you for all your work. I'm super excited that we're doing this as a district.
Thanks, Ms. Lenz. Ms. Russell-Benner.
Thank you, Chair. I should be brief. I just wanted to follow up on on Chair Figdor's suggestion about taking up the idea of the suspension policy and looking at whether, eliminating that or really reducing even the option of suspension for something such as insubordination. And just wanted to put out there as chair of the policy committee, which is reconstituted with more members. And so we'll definitely have like a, newly formed group really working on policy and curriculum together. But I just wanted to say that part of our meeting this month, we're going to be looking at implementation regarding harassment and discrimination policy. And I just think this is also kind of in that same vein of looking at, I think there are both pieces, right? Looking at the policy, but even when we've made the changes, we have the issue of the implementation. So I think kind of just saying that I'm open to the idea of looking at what Chair Figdor brought up, but also I think we have some deeper digging as to implementing what we have already tried to change. And then also to what Member Lentz just said, also looking at underneath, what is also from day-to-day interactions with students, what's kind of feeding into the suspension, right? So just wanted to put that out there. I think that maybe the implementation review piece plus what Assistant Superintendent Nellie mentioned about the timeline, like maybe kind of looking at the timeline with the SEL vertical team, those two pieces, I think together would make me feel like we're kind of putting some guideposts around wanting to see some change. So just wanted to add that thought. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Russell-Better. Mr. Youssef. And then after Mr. Youssef, I'm going to go to Portland High School Principal Sheila Jepson, who has had her hand up for a long time. Go ahead, Mr. Youssef.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask if there is a limit of dates that we can suspend student out of school.
There is a limit to the number of days that we can suspend kids out of school in one time. So that's 10 days. 5 days, as Aaron mentioned, anything above 5 days needs to be approved by my office. But cumulative, there isn't. And I think one of the questions that was asked during the public comment was, what percentage of students are actually suspended, which is data that we have and we've presented at other times. Some of these are students who are suspended often. And so in cumulative, they may have more than 10 days. If they're special ed students, Aaron described the process that needs to happen. If they're special ed students, there's special safeguards before they're suspended for beyond the 10 days. But there are students who are suspended more than 10 days.
Okay. And in that case, do we have a procedure of them continuing their education or meeting a counselor?
Yeah, and the policy specifies that students, when they're suspended, are still, given the opportunity to make up work that they miss and get their assignments and all of those other things. So, there is an attempt, and it's specified in the policy to keep students engaged in learning when they are suspended as well.
Okay. And my last question is what Member Grant asked follow-up that Casco Bay doesn't use in school suspension. Is that more productive? Why there is no others?
And Casco has few suspensions overall, but I'm not 100% sure that I know the reason why they don't use ISS. I don't know, Aaron, if you do, or Miss Ellis, if you do.
Again, part of the answer is, the needing, I think it was, Chair Figdor that asked around kind of what the norms are. And I think that's part of the work of establishing them. I think it is also a question of resource and allocation of resources. It requires staffing to be able to support and supervise a student who's out of, because, otherwise, we expect students to be in class where teachers are, where the resources are present. And if they're not there, then what's that supervision? And so I think it's also a question of having resources to be able to support that.
Oh, okay. The reason I'm asking is that if we are working a resolution to eliminate the suspension, logically it says we kind of get rid of the out school suspension first, so that we will have the resource and the ability to suspend students in a school while we still getting things done. So do we think about any collaboration of schools if one school works for out of school suspension and other works maybe in a school suspension? Can they collaborate and share what works best for?
I think that's the idea of bringing the grade level, bands together to talk through those practices. So that is definitely a part of how we are approaching it. But I thought what you were going to suggest is like, which I think is what, Mr. Townsend talked about, is having clear guidelines around what happens to a student when they are designated for in-school suspension and what kind of, support and restorative steps need to happen before students are brought back into the community and things along those lines, which I know from, again, one of the things that, I wanted to remind you of earlier, and I didn't, is that you approved a significant amount of money at the last meeting to help us to address some of these issues. And so, the 3-day retreat that Aaron and Malia talked about with middle school, leaders was about trying to figure out what are the things that we need to put in place. We all recognize that, we're suspending, more kids at the middle school by far than at the high school for different reasons. And that, we need to be able to address that, this year. And so that's part of what, that work is starting. So we definitely do need to figure out, not have somebody say like, oh, it's really working well when we have out of school suspensions. I think what we need to figure out is like, what are the absolutely, what are the situations that absolutely require somebody being suspended out of school, and otherwise try to figure out how to limit that. I mean, that's what the policy asks for. And that's what we see that our data doesn't back up the fact that we're not actually doing that as consistently and as well as the policy would ask us to.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Youssef.
Did you have something, Aaron, that you were going to add to that?
Just wanted to clarify that Principal Jepson wasn't trying to weigh in, just misclick on her part there.
Okay.
So she just texted me.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification. All right. So I tried to ensure that we stayed on time, and rather than spending 20 minutes on that conversation on our questions, we spent an hour. But I know it was a very productive hour. So I appreciate the conversation, and I look forward to continuing the conversation. I know I'll follow up with the superintendent about a possible resolution, and we can discuss that and circle back with the board. So next, we're going to move to our second board focus of the evening, and that is on high school choice review and recommendations. And Mr. Superintendent, are you leading us in this?
I am.
Take it away.
Who's driving? All right. So what we wanted to do today is to talk a little bit about high school enrollment and the high school enrollment process, and specifically begin a conversation with the board about potentially moving in a different direction. Those of you who have been, on the board for a while know that I've brought this to the board, prior, and I think that we're in a different place now and have a better understanding of what it would actually look like to, in essence, limit the enrollment at school so that we had, a more consistent and level student enrollment at our high school. So that's what we are going to talk about today. So to do that, our goals for today are to sort of understand the current state of high school enrollment and understand what happens in our current system where we do have open choice and what that does in terms of enrollment and programming at our schools. And then obviously to consider an alternative. In the board packet, you have a draft resolution that is, my first attempt at trying to lay out what it is that I would be asking the board to do. I know that we've received a number of emails and, inquiries from folks in the community about this. And I just want to, spend a minute talking about the fact that, this is today we're doing a board focus. So it's an open conversation. The board is not taking any action, although, as Chair Figder mentioned at the beginning, if anybody had comments, there was an opportunity there for people to do that. The packet, in a draft form was posted, last Thursday so that people would have an opportunity. And obviously people did see it because there were, significant questions that came in over the weekend and so on. So, on the 16th, so at our next board meeting, we will have a first read. So if there's any sort of thoughts, comments, changes, suggestions around what we're going to be talking about today and around that resolution, this is a great opportunity in this time frame to, to begin to shape that. And then we will, I'll talk to the chair about potentially doing a workshop on it at the next board meeting on the 16th, in addition to having it be a first read, just to continue to engage and make sure that what we're trying to do is, visible to our community and to, and to the board as well. And then, the goal is for the board to take action at the first September meeting. So I think that's on the 7th or the 6th of September. So that's kind of the timeline that we have in mind at this point. So we want to talk a little bit about how high school choice impacts, the school size and the composition. I want to just also remind the board that we're bringing this back because, unintentionally, when we were talking about something else, and I didn't even remember what it was, we sort of snuck in that this is what the, high schools are going to look like, next year. And, that was a cause for significant concern from the board. And so, that reminded me that, that we do have this issue that we have not quite solved for yet. And that, we should, make another attempt to explain and offer some options. So that's what we're trying to do today. So a little bit of background on high school choice, not a ton on this. Portland has had, high school selection prior to, any of us being around. So in the late 1970s, as best we've been able to piece together, in 1979 is our understanding of when this was actually implemented. And at the time, there was no Casco Bay High School, so it was just the choice between Portland High School and Deering High School. And so that's started in the late 70s. So right now, because we do have the three high schools, the choices are between those three. Students are first asked to express interest in attending Casco Bay High School, and the way that Casco Bay exists, the way that Casco Bay was conceived, it has a limited enrollment of 100 students per grade, so 400 total. And so, when there are more than 100 applicants to Casco Bay, which happens, every year, the there's a limit at 100, and the other students, there's a lottery, and we'll get into the details on that. But, all other students are guaranteed that they'll be able to go into one of the other two high schools. So those, of the 100 plus students, that plus gets to go to whoever their second choice is of high school. And we'll show some data around this, that over time, those enrollments in the two high schools have fluctuated. And so this isn't like a momentary thing because we have fewer students at Deering and fewer students at Portland. This is an ongoing issue that Portland has dealt with, which is that at, any time one of the schools has, significantly more students, which we're going to make the case has some significant impacts on our ability to do things. So that's by way of background. The real issues then for us are, twofold. One is that the disproportionality in the enrollment size at the schools impacts our ability to provide a quality program, whether it's, academics or athletics. There are costs associated with it. And those costs are financial costs as well as the quality of what's available to students at the school. And so, that's part of the problem. And then the other one is, and I think this is what, sort of prompted us bringing this back, is that as a result of that, you also see significant disproportionality in terms of the composition of the classes. And so, those are the two issues that we think we have a solution for. So a little bit about our data. So we wanted to show you ninth grade enrollment over the past few years, over the past 5 years. And so the one that I want to sort of highlight is, and you'll see this in the next slide, what the impact was. In 2020, we had a significant turnaround in terms of enrollment with, a full 100+ student difference in the class in terms of the students that chose to go to Portland over the number of students that chose to go to Deering. And so, on the next slide, you can see what the sort of long-term impact is in terms of what the class enrollment is at Portland now versus Deering. And you can see how that shifted markedly in that 2020 year. So that, 135 student difference between the two schools, turned things around where, Deering had almost 100 or had more than 100 students more than Portland did. And, in a single year, that almost flipped on its head and then has continued as a result primarily of that year, has, continued to get worse. Because again, if you go back to the previous slide, you can see that, for the past 3 years, you have had more students who are going into Portland High School than into Deering. And so, therefore, we have this almost 200 student difference between the schools. So a little bit about the impact of the school size disparity. So, and there is there's a spreadsheet that is in the board packet that gives you more detail into this. But, over these past 3 years, Deering has lost nearly 20% of its regular staff, its regular teaching staff. And, clearly, as a result of, the increased enrollment, Portland High School has grown, about the same. So they've gone from 44 to, 52 staff, where, Deering went from 51 to 42. And so that's a very clear, that's a significant number of teachers, means obviously you have fewer students to schedule for, but you also have less, those are real teachers that bring, skills and ability to teach specific classes that have fallen off of the have fallen off of the schedule at Deering, and so that's real. And then I think it's also important to think about some of those positions that we staff at a specific number per school, and we've not changed that. So we've not reduced the number of counselors at Deering and moved them to Portland, but neither have we increased the number of counselors at Portland. So, you wind up in a situation where right now, counselors have caseloads of 175 at Deering and of, approximately 225 at Portland. So, a significant disparity in terms of the level of counseling support that they're able to provide, at 175 versus 225. And the same is true for other things. So administrators, we have 3 administrators working with 900, plus students, 3 administrators working with, 700 students. So I think that is, that's very real. There are also cultural factors that result from this. So, I talked a little bit about the shifting of staff. A lot of those positions, some of those that have been lost at Deering have been folks who, attrition. People left and we never replaced them, and instead we created the positions at Deering. But we've also had, people who have, been required to move from Deering to Portland. And overall in that, there's a sense of loss and a sense of instability that comes with that is, that's real. There's also, not particularly healthy sense of competition and of winners and losers. You're on top or you're on the bottom, depending on how things are going. And that's true, whoever is ahead. And then, the need to be different, the need to be able to to find that value proposition that is going to, attract people to you. It makes that collaboration across the schools, more challenging. I think, when the shift happened in 2019, 2020, there were a significant number of reasons for that, but some of those were grounded in that, competition and, the lack of collaboration and mixed messages coming from schools. And so I think that, that is, sort of a cultural factor. And then we spend a significant amount of time, and I think the principals will universally tell you that they spend, resources, both in terms of time and energy and, real resources in this recruitment process. And so, those are resources that we've decided to devote to that, but, it brings all of these other issues with it. So, so those are some of the impacts of this disparity. How do kids choose their schools? This is
Mr. Superintendent, may I interrupt you for a second, just because we have 3 new board members. The second part of the problem statement was about the demographics.
We're gonna get to that.
Is it? I just looked through the slide presentation. I didn't really see it.
Are you thinking rate?
Yeah, just an explanation of how the demographics of the schools differ, since we have new board members who haven't been privy to that information.
So, Aaron, we do have slides for this. We weren't going to do that.
Even just in a general sense, that might be sufficient.
So, Deering is significantly more diverse, more students of color, and more students who are free and reduced lunch. So I think that is, in general. And we actually have, so even, it's not race, but can you go to slide 27 real quick, Aaron? Yeah, this one. So this shows you the percentage of students who have what we've identified as diversity factors. We're going to be talking about what that specifically is. So that's all of the things like free and reduced lunch, IEP, English language learners, McKinney-Vento, and things along those lines. And so you can see there that it's, that Portland has, and has consistently been the less diverse of our schools, and Deering the more diverse. And, and Casco Bay builds its enrollment around our sort of district characteristics. They try to mirror those. And so, that gives you a good idea of what the happy medium would be. So, does that help?
I believe so. And then I just, one point I remember is that Portland High School has significantly fewer Black students compared to the district overall, and compared to Deering.
Sure. Yeah. I think we have those. Can you figure out which slides? I started, but I can't really find them. We do have a ton of slides in the deck that are additional slides that we're not using today, but they include some of the race slides.
I had a question. I don't know if that's even the space for it. I think back to the conversation that we had last time, I did mention that there was a pattern with the teachers that were moving. And maybe just to give more context, it wasn't always like this. Like, there was a point where Portland had more BIPOC students, and I tried to ask if that was in connection to the teachers that were moving schools, or if that had any correlation at all. Because I know that, but this is personally, when I went back to Portland High School, a lot of the teachers that were at Deering when I was there were at Portland, or had transitioned to Portland. And I guess to bring more context to that, when I was there, Deering was the whiter, or had the more white kids, and then Portland had more kids of color. So I'm just wondering if the teachers aspect has any correlation to that.
Yeah.
Because what I brought up last time was that it could be comfort. If students feel more comfortable with teachers and they have an easy relationship with teachers, then they'll influence some of their friends or whoever to go to that school. Whereas if kids were experiencing really harsh relationships with teachers, then they would influence their friends or whoever to not go to that school, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's a good question. And I know that I don't know the answer to it. I don't even know, our data, Ms. Biliu, has been so, our staffing data, our teachers have been overwhelmingly white for a long time. We've made some progress, but that is still the case today. So it would be kind of hard to really be able to track that and see whether, I do think anecdotally, I understand what you're saying. And I don't know that we have the data to be able to make that case. I was going to talk a little bit in a minute about, why kids tell us they choose the school that they choose. Okay. And that in and of itself is not, evident in that data. And this is what you've put up there is the school demographics for all three of the high schools, right? I can't see it from here, so.
BIPOC versus white over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's BIPOC versus white over the last 5 years.
And what blue is BIPOC.
Yep.
White is yellow.
Yellow. Yeah. So there's a trend across the district. There are more BIPOC students each year, but more so at Deering than others.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. Move back to, So how do kids choose their school? We do a survey at the end of the process to understand, what were the driving reasons. And I've always been taken by this particular data set because it really shows that the reasons are, consistent, even though people are choosing different things. And, so you can see that personal preference, broadly stated, and, the academic program, the school schedule, and safety and security are, the 4 top reasons why kids choose schools. And then, the least significant ones, some of these were first time that we saw it, were really surprising. Encouragement, from their staff, from the staff at the middle school that they attend, or their family currently attending, and the alumni relationship. The students tell us were the least important factors. This was for the 2019 year, the first time that we did this analysis. And then, the next slide is for this current year, and it's the same basic pattern. So the things that that students highlighted are, their personal preference, academic program, and school schedule were the most significant reasons why they chose the school that they chose. So, and this is, for all 3 schools combined. But when you looked at it when we looked at it in 2019 at the at each of the schools, it was striking to see. So that's how students go about doing that. And then we wanted to just look a little bit at the high school, the lottery versus enrollment data for the last 2 years. So really trying to pull out Casco Bay for analysis. And so you see in the class of 2025, so the rising 9th graders that are that enrolled last year, that 164 students out of the total just under 500 kids in the district, 164 applied to go to Casco Bay. As I mentioned earlier, Casco Bay is limited in terms of the number of students that they'll admit, 100. So, you can see that 164 students, selected to go there, 121 selected to go to Deering, and 159 selected to go to Portland High School. Then the next slide shows you the same pattern for this current year. So for the class that is going to be going into the 3 schools this year. And we had a significant drop in the number of students that applied to go to Casco Bay, and a significant increase in the number of students who chose Deering as that chose Portland as their first choice. Now, some of the students who don't go to Casco Bay will wind up going, obviously, to either Deering or to Portland High. So those numbers are, yet to be finalized, but that is work that is currently in progress. We wanted to just look at a little bit at what happens to the students that don't get into Casco Bay. So the next slide shows you that, about 55% of students get into that apply get into Casco Bay historically, and 45% of them will, obviously, so the difference between 55 and 100%. So about, half get in and half wind up attending their second choice school. And this slide shows you what that looks like in terms of where they go. And actually, this just shows you other high school. And then the next slide shows you what that actually looks like in terms of where do students wind up. And so there are a handful of students every year who don't get into Casco Bay and wind up leaving the district. And some of those kids may have already been, they could have been offered a position, or they could have been offered a slot at Casco Bay and not taken it, which happens sometimes because they were also considering getting into another school somewhere else, and they decided to go that route. But this gives you an idea of what those numbers look like, and then it shows you, what the distribution looks like between Casco Bay. I'm sorry, between Portland and Deering for the students who didn't get into Casco Bay. And it's changed over the years, so it's not consistent. It's not consistent. So in you can see in 2021 there were more kids who wound up going to Deering from the group of students that were not selected to go into Casco Bay. And then this coming year it's reversed. So we have a couple of slides here on the Casco Bay selection process, which I don't think we need to go into in detail, but it's here for people to see for transparency's sake. And I think the most important things that I want you to take away from it is, I said this earlier, Casco Bay, their lottery is structured to ensure that they wind up with a student population that closely matches the district overall, student distribution in allowable categories. And I think that's important because we're going to be talking about that when we talk about what we're proposing to do as an alternative to unrestricted choice. And, we are patterning that after some of the same criteria that Casco Bay uses. So next, just skip through the selection process. Yeah. So we want to talk about, the solution, what it is that I'm proposing for us to do. So what we would like to do is for this incoming, for this next year, so for the class that is going to be the class of 2026, that all of those students be asked to complete the high school choice form, which they currently are, and that the students who, so Casco Bay will continue to allow for 100 students based on the diversity constraints that are used by the district, and the students that are not accepted to Casco Bay, along with all of the other students, will, be entered into a lottery that will allow us to achieve a more evenly distributed class. And this is the way that we propose to do that. Next slide. So what we're proposing is basically building thresholds around these three areas. So one is, just to limit the difference in enrollment. So this would be capping it at 30 students difference between the two schools. Given our current pattern, likely between Portland High School and Deering, that it would be, a maximum of 30 more students at Portland High School than at Deering. And then these other two variables are related to each other, and depending on, which way we go on, one or the other, if we limit the diversity that we are willing to, if we limit the lack of proportionality and diversity, then we may need to increase the number and the percentage of students who don't get their second choice, or if we are, comfortable with more students not getting their second choice, then we can, we can push our diversity even further. And we'll show you some examples of that in a moment. Before we do that, though, we want to just talk about what do we mean by diversity in this? And this is sort of back to the example, the Casco Bay example. So these are the things that Casco Bay uses as their, actually, they don't currently use McKinney-Vento, but will. But the current, diversity factors that they use are students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, students with an IEP, students who are designated English language learners. We're also proposing to include students who are homeless. So those are the McKinney-Vento students. So why not race? Obviously, there's a number of reasons, and there's some that are legal. And, you know, when we talked about the Casco Bay lottery, that's one that has been vetted and approved by our attorneys to avoid, you know, running into any kind of legal concerns, because as you may know, the courts have limited the use of race in school enrollment decisions. And so that's something that, you know, we need to figure out a way that we can, you know, describe who we are that doesn't involve using race as the driving factor. And so instead of race, these other factors give us a broader definition of diversity. And so the other thing that's important to note is that the way that the state funding formula is structured, those are categories that are, you know, that drive additional resources for students. So it's not these random categories that we came up with, but they're rather the ones that are used by the state to allocate resources through EPS funding. And then I think it's also important and valuable to understand that, you know, that students who are, you know, are white, but, you know, sort of self-identify as white, that includes some Hispanic and Middle Eastern students. And so those students would be considered diverse within our student population. And so I think it's important to understand that, that variable. So then, you know, this is what our schools look like currently when you look at those diversity factors. So that's, you know, Casco, Deering, and Portland. And the, you know, top line is the pink line is the percentage of students who fit under this diversity classification. And the, I think it's black line underneath that is the students who are not considered diverse. So again, you can see that, you know, there's the biggest disparity in that is between, you know, is at Deering, and the closer alignment is at Portland, where in fact the non-diverse students actually constitute the majority, and that has been consistently true for the last few years. And then this is the next slide is the one that we looked at before. This is just the diversity factor at the three schools, and you can see, you know, again, it's the same data from the previous slide. So 66% of ninth graders at Deering have one or more of the diversity factors, and only 34% didn't. So I think that's, you know, that's a significant difference from the district overall, and clearly from Portland High School. So the way that we would propose doing this is, you know, for the class of 2026, so this is the class that will be entering high school next year, so the class that would be choosing a high school this year, is that all the students who don't have any of the diversity factors, that once we determine what the thresholds are, that we would move some of those students to the school that is smaller and more diverse, so that we would wind up with a class that is no more than 30 students larger at probably Portland over Deering. And then we have we have three examples over the past 3 years of what that would look like. So this is simulation work that Bay and Gavin have led. And so it's attempting to show you what the sort of the net impact is. And I think it's important to see it because it isn't a huge number of students that are affected by this. So in 2019-20, which is the year that was most, you know, where we had that very stark difference between the enrollment requests for Portland and Deering. If we just took 40 students, which in that particular case, the reason we chose 40 students is because we wanted to limit it to 10% of the, total student population that didn't get their first or second choice. 40 students being moved from being able to attend Portland to attending Deering would have created a 50 student difference in the two schools and a very small difference between the students who have diversity factors. So just like 1% of the student, 1% difference. So you can see, without this, the difference is 50%, non-diverse and 49% diverse. And, with, you can see how that would be different if we moved them. So it'd be 41% non-diverse and 58% diverse at Deering. And then in these next two classes, which didn't have as stark a difference, in 2020, 2021, only 16 students would not get their first or second choice. And the cohort would be, virtually the same at both schools with, 8% difference in diversity factors as opposed to, close to 20%, which is where we wound up. And for the class of 2021, 2022, by moving 32 students, we would wind up with a cohort that was only 4 students larger at Portland than at Deering, and that the diversity factors would be just 1.5% difference as opposed to close to 20% again, which is where we have been for the past couple of years. So that's what we're proposing to basically, if we can go back to slide 23, to look at those 3 variables, the difference in the cohort. So trying to keep those cohorts, close. And in order to do that, having to limit the number of students who get their first or second choice, depending on what the size of the cohort is, and depending on how much disparity and diversity we're willing to accept. So that's where we're going with this. So again, my goal is for you guys to ask questions today, to discuss to whatever extent that you want to, and then we have a resolution in draft form that we would like the board to adopt that would help us to to operationalize this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent. All right, what questions are there from the board? Ms. Billiou.
This is great. Thank you. I really appreciate the work around this. Hopefully it addresses some of the things that we've been talking about. A question I had was, how will programming also be aligned so that folks can still get access to like the programming? So if like our big class is at Portland, is programming going to be aligned so people have access to those same resources?
So what this would do is it would reduce the disparity, and therefore the programming, the staffing would be more aligned than it currently is. If you look back at the slide that showed the impact on staffing, you can see that Deering lost 9 staff from 2020 to this current budget year that we're entering in.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if we didn't have those, the 200 student difference that we currently have, then that wouldn't be the case. And conversely, the administrators at both schools would be dealing with similar, numbers of students. Counselors would be dealing with similar number of students. There are some differences in programming at the schools, but that's primarily, there's some that's by design. So the freshman academy at Portland High School is something that, has deliberately been put in place as a way to support freshmen and sophomore students there. But most of the other is really sort of driven by the people that have been hired and what they're able to do. So having, similar numbers of staff would presumably allow you to do the similar type of programming. Things like athletics right now, those are, significantly skewed by the fact that there's just fewer students at Deering to be able to go out for the variety of sports and activities. So I think that's something that would also be, supported by doing something like this.
Thank you. That was my question.
Thank you, Ms. Billiou. Mr. Grant.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, do you have a part of this, a proposal, how you determine the kids who would be switched, for lack of a better word? It would just be a pure lottery, or is there some other way that you would envision that occurring?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of the question. Do I have what?
Is part of what you've put before us, does it include a method by which the kids who would be given their second choice, how would that be determined? Just by pure lottery or some other method?
Yeah, it would be a randomized lottery that would be assigning, and Gavin helped me with this, assigning all of the students that have no diversity factors, that are both the students who have applied, the students who applied, assuming that Portland is the one that has the larger request. So all of the students who are who do not have any of the diversity factors from the straight application pool to Portland High School, as well as the students who meet that criteria who applied to Casco Bay, would be given, would be put into this lottery, and then we would wind up, giving those students an alternative choice. So for the students who applied to Casco Bay, it could be their third choice. For the students,
sure, I get that. You've answered my question. It's the proposal would be a randomized lottery. That's that gets me to my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Ms. Russell-Better.
Thank you, Chair. One of my questions, I'm trying to think if I can clearly ask it, Superintendent. So I was just looking over the slides again where you laid out scenarios in different years of how many students wouldn't receive their first choice. So I saw like 40, 16, 32. I was just trying to get my head around, would the Casco Bay process influence those numbers? And you explained some of the Casco Bay process before, so I can't quite get how but would that going through
that included students who applied to Casco Bay and did not get into Casco Bay.
Okay. So that is factoring that in. Okay. Thank you. And then my other question was, in the scenario that, we adopted this change for this year, would that change any staffing right away for the two high schools? Like you wouldn't foresee, say, that 30 students or whatever changing anything. Okay.
Because that would be starting with next year's.
Oh, right. Yep. Okay.
So it would be part of next year's budget process.
Okay. But not, you wouldn't.
Again, it will likely take a couple of years for it to catch up.
Okay.
That disproportionality exists, now from the existing classes, not just from the freshmen.
And from years of that happening over time. Okay. But you're not foreseeing in that following year that it would be a direct, maybe some shifting, but the purpose is to keep the staffing more consistent between, but you don't see like a change that's going to have to be planned for in that year.
In all likelihood, it would reduce the likelihood of having to continue to move in that direction, as opposed to, sort of, moving people from Portland to Deering.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Russell-Better. Ms. Bondo.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Superintendent. I think most of the questions we already answered. So I have I see the ratio on the council that we have between Portland High School and Deering. Just a little clarification. How many counselors we have for each high schools?
Four at each.
For each high school. So that means for the ratio, one counselor, how many students so far?
So at right now, this is 175 per counselor at Deering and 225 per counselor at Portland High School.
All right. So when I look at the WIDA diversity factors in the proposal to try to move from Portland High School to Deering, and then when you see, I heard when Mr. Brown mentioned about the lottery may happen randomly. So, but now with the free reduced lunch, like we have all the students having the lunch. So how is going to play out? So that means even though we're going to be randomly, are we going to have equal amount of each areas, or is going to be mostly special ed, little more, or EL?
Yeah,
that was the free reduced lunch. We cannot.
Yeah, we still need to collect free and reduced lunch eligibility.
Mm-hmm.
Even for schools that are CEP, schools that are community eligibility process. So we still urge families for a number of reasons, for our data purposes, but also for funding purposes, to continue to fill out those forms.
Mm-hmm.
So we will continue to do that. So, but yes, those numbers, the people who actually complete the forms and are eligible for free and reduced lunch are the ones that would fit that category. And the way that this works, help me with this, is if you have any one of those characteristics, then you're a student who goes into the way that we're looking to do it is we would not look at any of those students as getting randomized. Those students would get to go to the school that they chose, and we would look at the students that have no diversity factors and look at those students as the ones that we would potentially, to whatever extent we need to, move those to their second or third choice.
Okay. So let me just get it clear in my mind. I mean, we come with a proposal. We have the first choice during Portland High School. So we have the enrollment until the end. So we have the numbers. So as soon as we get the numbers, so we can pull out from the Portland High School now without diversity factors. Those are example that you put like for 2026, like 30 students, right? So we pull out in the end of the enrollment numbers.
We will soon, right? But, as soon as school starts and, enrollments settle, we will be able to do the same things that you see on slide 29, 30, and 31 for the class that is starting, high school this year.
Okay.
So, and we'll be able to tell you that for that particular class, we would have had to move 22 kids. And that would have resulted in, a 1.5 or 2%, disparity in diversity.
All right. So the staff, just to follow up what Mr. Rossell just mentioned. So how the staff's going to play out when we move from Portland to Deering? Is going to go with the same pace, or how is going to play out?
In time down the road, it would probably require some leveling. But it wouldn't be as dramatic as what you see right now. So you wouldn't see 20% shift in staff. You may see, I don't know, we could model this, didn't do it. But we could model what would it look like if you wound up with exactly the same. So, I mean, in my mind, it's like 3 or 4 people would have to shift.
Okay. Are we still having teachers who navigate for both high schools? Sometimes they used to teach languages on high school, on Portland High, and
The only one that we had was Chinese, right? That went between Casco and Deering, and Arabic, maybe? No, I don't think
No,
so.
not Arabic. Previously, there was a French teacher that was actually split between Portland High and Lyman Moore. But since the pandemic, since last year, that has not been the case. And there have been some instances of some music sharing between Portland and Deering. That's the most explicit, between Portland and Deering, a section or two here or there. So those have been the only instances recently, but there are, programmatic issues that make that challenging in terms of the differing schedules, across all 3 of the schools. That, is one of the, different than these issues, is a different set of kind of challenges around sharing staff in those ways.
Thank you. That's a good proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. Ms. Lentz.
Thank you. I've got a couple of newbie questions here. So can you remind me when the current choice process takes place within the school year?
Yeah, this past year, we moved it up so that it happened. We had Casco Bay done by the end of January was the deadline for Casco Bay.
So typically it, kind of kicks off at the beginning of December with, kind of a district-wide night. Then there are school-specific open houses that happen this year in late December. Then we had a version, we've had to modify in the past couple of years what it meant for students to visit. So we've been doing those virtually. That was early January. Forms were due towards the end of January. The Casco Bay lottery was run at the end of January, beginning of February, and then by before we went to February break, we had projected enrollment numbers for all 3 high schools. And so that was a couple weeks earlier. Historically, it happened, we would get to that point by the beginning of March, which is we're already into budget production. So we were seeking to move it up to help inform the budget. And that was what prompted that conversation, was the discussion around staffing formulas.
Great, thank you. And can you just clarify which class this proposal would start with? It's not the current class going into 9th grade.
It's not the current class going into 9th grade. Those kids are, set. So it'd be for this coming year's 8th graders when they become 9th graders.
Beautiful. And currently it's only Casco Bay students that do not get their first choice. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And why is Casco Bay the only school with an enrollment cap right now?
Because of building, the design was for it to be a 400 student high school. That everybody fits into this room here.
Awesome. That's super helpful. And is there any consideration to take a layering of diversity factors? So students that may carry all 4, like would they have a higher weight in the system at all? Or has that been?
I want to be clear about this. Our proposal is to not do anything with students who have any of the diversity factors. So those students would not be in the lottery. The students that would be in the lottery would be the students that didn't have any of the diversity factors.
Okay. I'm going to keep thinking on that. I'm just like, I'm thinking as a high schooler, how would that feel to know that I was in the lottery versus not in the lottery, and what that would mean. So I've got some questions popping up, but I'm going to keep thinking on those. And would there be a possibility with this proposal that a student would not get their first or second choice? Okay, thank you.
And those would be students, that would only be students who didn't get into Casco Bay.
Okay.
Who didn't have any of the diversity factors, and who through the lottery wound up being, sort of given their third choice because they would have selected to go into Portland High, but instead were assigned to Deering. And that's the scenario that you see here, potentially 32 students or 16 students and things along those lines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lentz. Board Member Burke, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. First off, just following off of Member Lentz's clarification that we're talking about this process would be for the class of 2027, not 2026. And that number has been used a couple times in discussion tonight. And I think it was confusing. So this process is a proposal for the class of 2027 who are entering their 8th grade year currently. Please disagree with me if I'm misunderstanding all those things.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. My next question is that part of what I'm understanding that you're proposing kind of alongside this revision of the choice system is that for Deering and Portland to more closely align their comprehensive program so there's less differences between them. Is that true?
Yes, although this, that's a separate, it's an interesting, go ahead, Jim, come on. It's a separate stream of work that we're engaged in around trying to get closer alignment programmatically between the two schools. I mean, obviously we've been doing some of that work around, our math work around, the vertical teams work that we talk about all the time is about trying to get us to that place. But, that is sort of separate from this particular piece. This is to get us to enrollments that are similar, which will make some of the challenges to doing that other work, less acute. But, you could still do this and continue to have two separate schedules and, one running trimesters and the other one running, semesters. But that's, so this will not directly change that, but there is work that we're doing to try to get to that place.
Okay. Understanding it's separate, but trying to think about this from like the student decision-making process and the family decision-making process, those sorts of things obviously enter in, but part of what we're striving for is that it's an equivocal program, no matter which school you go to ultimately. And I kind of get that aspirationally. I'll still hold up to the outcomes that we look for that are aligned with our goals in the Portland Promise are best seen at Casco Bay High School. And so it's not a project for this year, but I still have questions about our not replicating what's working there and not seeking perhaps other models, pedagogical models that might be more modern or aligned to today. And differentiate between the schools more meaningfully if we were to continue to have the 3 high schools. One thing around athletics, is there a concerted effort, understanding there's a lot of history here, but to move towards a just combined Portland teams in most instances and get out of the athletics teams being a driving factor for which school a student may want to go to?
Not really. I mean, we've done it only in situations where the numbers didn't warrant having the 2 schools. So we have examples like hockey and so on, where the teams are combined, but we've not explicitly said we want to combine the athletics between the 2 schools. Again, lots of reasons come into play for that. I mean, obviously there would be a large large numbers of students when you have the combined 1,600 kids that would go into that. So there's good and bad that would go with that, but we've not explicitly started to that conversation.
Okay.
I would just add, in the current structure, ultimately, we're not the decision maker around that. The MPA has the final approval. There's, as we've done most recently with this combining of our, or the co-oping of our swimming programs, there's the role of board engagement and decision making there, but ultimately it's an MPA decision currently under the current structure.
Okay.
Good point.
Coming back over to the matter more directly at hand, are there any potential outcomes of this change that you put forward tonight that you can see now that might run counter to our goals within the Portland Promise? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, and I can't think of any. I think, the sort of the issues that, are more about the equivalent programming pieces that you asked about, but those again are not, this will not solve for those. It will assist in doing that. And then, the other, the way that we've structured our, our proposal for the actual lottery is, I think, consistent with what we've said we will try to do as a district by not, and I think this is to Mrs. Lentz's question that she's still thinking about is like, not subjecting students who have diversity to being the ones that may not be the ones that get the school that they wanted to go to. So from that standpoint, we've tried to solve for that in the way that we designed the lottery, but I don't know that we've thought through every possible, implication of this.
No, I wouldn't expect that you could think through every possible implication. I was just curious if in the process to date, if there were any that got identified as potential liabilities or that sort of thing. Not expecting you to be a computer program that can predict the future. So thank you for the due diligence that you've done thus far and for the conversation tonight. That's all from me.
Thank you, Board Member Burke. Ms. Bredeen, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have 4 questions. So my first question has to do, I understand this is a very, very complex topic and there's a lot going on, specifically around the matter of having counselor caseloads that are unequal. I know you said that staff was not moved to account for that, and I'm curious about why that didn't happen.
I mean, we didn't really want to, in the ideal world, all of our counselors would have 175 students. So, moving them when, at any time we can fluctuate back in the other direction didn't seem to warrant, warrant taking that action. But if we did,
I didn't know if there was
a
like
larger number of students,
Sure.
A larger number of staff that had transitioned,
Okay. I was curious about whether it was a matter of, a policy of there must be 4 or something like that. Okay. Thank you. My next
as a matter of just like helping to inform that as a new board member, but maybe for all the board members, the threshold that the National School Counselors Association says 250 to 1. So that's as long as we stay under that, we think that we're
okay. And I assume 250 is really pushing what a human being can do. Okay. My second question is, a moment ago, you were talking about the goal of achieving programmatic alignment between Portland and Deering. I'm curious about whether, if we're able to achieve that, we would likely see an evening out of school choice preference.
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to it. I think, the piece that is, that's always been fascinating to me is why kids choose the school that they choose and whether they're, they tell us that it's because of the academics and the school schedule, and, those are, they're by design somewhat different. So I'm not sure if it would, if those were taken out of the mix, would there be any other reason why people would choose to go to a specific place?
Okay. My third question is, I'm curious, and I I don't know if anybody can answer this off the top of their head, but my curiosity would be if you taking the last couple of years worth of data, if you essentially ran it again as though everybody just got one choice. So the folks that didn't get into Casco Bay were placed where the district basically needed them to go, if that would solve. So are we creating this problem in a way by saying you get a choice and then you get another choice? But if we just said you get one choice and then we'll place you where the district needs you, I don't know if there's enough overage in the Casco Bay lottery to solve for that or not, but I just was curious if the data bore that out.
We haven't run that, but I think that if we said that it would, potentially reduce the number of people who would apply to Casco Bay.
Okay.
And then we wouldn't have any overage to reassign.
Yep. Okay. And then my last question. In looking at the cultural factors slide, I'm seeing a lot of problem statements there as well. And I'm curious about whether you have thought through or like what the thinking has been to make sure that we don't magnify those problem statements.
I mean, I think that by design, sort of removing the competition and the time to recruit is important, that's by design what we're doing here. By design, we're trying to limit the shifts in staff and the need to be different. I mean, the work that we're trying to do around, the programming, again, we think that this helps to move in that direction. But, so I don't think that it would be aggravated. I clearly, if we thought it would, we wouldn't be suggesting that.
So where I'm coming from is especially the perception of winners and losers. I feel like there's a risk of magnifying that. And I'm not, just my gut is that this proposal would not necessarily cut down on the time spent recruiting. It just feels like it just ratchets up the stakes.
I mean, I can see your point about the winners and losers. I think that, I think what you're saying is that, folks at Portland could potentially look at it as like, Deering won. And I mean, I think if this had happened 5 years ago, it would be the other way around. So I can see that. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I'm not sure I see the other part. I don't know. There's less of an incentive, and we would, by design, modify what our, what our process looks like for making those selections. So we wouldn't need to have open houses and all of these other things, to the same extent that we do.
I guess maybe another way of, I'm looking at the cultural factors slide, and to me, that's more of a, I'm not suggesting that we don't do school choice, but these factors point to not doing school choice at all versus saying you get a choice, but 20 of you don't. That's where I'm going. But that's all my questions.
Thanks, Ms. Bredeen. I guess if I can respond to that, we already have a system where you saw, approximately 45% of students aren't getting into Casco Bay. And so we already have a system set up where students aren't getting their first choice. And I just want to offer to board members, I am happy to speak to you in the next few weeks before we have a vote on this about my own personal experience as a board member who also has an incoming 10th grader or rising 10th grader. I'll just tell you briefly, she applied to Casco, wanted to go to Casco, was very far down on the list and went to Deering. And her experience at Deering in terms of, the school like being on the cusp of not being able to offer a comprehensive program, I've seen play out. And so anyway, if it's helpful, I'd be happy to talk with you about kind of my insight, wearing both hats as a parent and a school board member. I saw Ms. Russell-Better's hand go up at
Can
the
I
end,
just
so.
add one thing? Again, Ms. Bredeen and I think a lot of the board members weren't here when we last, discussed this. One of the options that we presented at the time was to just go to geographic assignment for, so you go to Casco Bay. If you don't go to Casco Bay, if you live on this side of town, you go. If you live on that side of town, you go. And so, that was, again, one of the ways that we could have solved this, and we decided not to go in that direction. But that is, I think what you're saying is like, just,
I was not suggesting that we do that.
Yeah. But if we weren't offering choice,
I mean, there's an infinite number of ways you could do it, but that's it. Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Russell-Better.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a brief comment, which is, I think, partially in the vein of a couple of other members' questions and comments, which is just that I just want to highlight that I think this is a big cultural change for the district, right? Superintendent, can you remind me how long this open choice plan has been?
I think 1979.
79. Okay. Right. So we have parents who I went through this process, my kid, I want my kids, so I think just, I don't have an answer to this except to say that I think besides the bigger picture purpose, which is of course why we're talking about this, right? Besides having the goal of, dealing with this issue we have with the enrollment with Darien and Portland, I think just being clear that there's going to be in the community a response to this. And I think having some opportunity for us to highlight collaboration, reducing the competition, just to have that. I mean, we're talking about it now. I don't think a lot of the community is following this tonight, but maybe just having some opportunity to highlight those things, because I do think it's a cultural shift in the way that families are used to looking at the high school process. So I just think normalizing that change is hard, right? And that, this may be the best decision to make, but that doesn't mean it's going to be received well by some portion or maybe a lot of the community. So I don't know if there's some concrete way to do that in the next few weeks, but I think I'm just saying that to share that I think that's an important part of this to acknowledge. So thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Russell-Better. Ms. Bondo and then Ms. Billiou.
Just want to follow up what Ms. Russell just mentioned about the cultural change. Just want to get clear in my mind when I look at the proposal. The cultural change is really going to impact a lot of students, just a small number of students, like a 32 student, right?
In our scenarios, that was the largest number. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that means if we look into that picture to that way, is that cultural change is not going to be a disaster. I mean, it's not going to change those high school current culture. It's just the balance of the students, so we can have a balance of enrollment, right?
But
nothing on the programming, nothing on the culture choice, the way each school is doing. I just want to make sure that we don't touch those specific culture. We really value each high school. So it's just the balance of the student and the end on the end of the enrollment. Then we need to make that change.
90% of students would get their first or their second choice.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Right. Thank you.
I'm going to go first to Ms. Billiou.
Okay. I just wanted to, I guess, reflect on, do we have capacity to work more on this? And if so, how involved can we be at the board? Because I definitely hear what Sarah is saying, or sorry, board member Bredeen is saying. And I don't know, I kind of feel like, I also haven't been here for previous efforts. I kind of feel like we might be rushing something that we're not fully, and this might be just my 2 years, something that we're not all fully sure how it's going to turn out. And I'm wondering, and obviously all of us have different views of PPS and the students. And I'm wondering like if our views could invite like a different process, kind of like what she was saying of like there are infinite ways to do this. I'm wondering if like a collective working space where we could maybe, I mean, I don't know how a lot of these processes work, but I'm wondering if there could be space for that where we can put input or even brainstorm together like other formats of.
Mr. Superintendent, maybe at the next
space for it.
Maybe at the next meeting, we could do a workshop where we address alternative possibilities, and we don't have to spend the whole workshop on it, but where we talk about other options and how and talk more about the process where the last time the board addressed this, we at that time chose to retain choice and the changes that we made in terms of the changes we made at the time, which were around.
Yeah, I mean, this is where, I have a note to go back to board member Bredeen. I maybe it's lack of creativity on my part, but I don't see infinite ways of dealing with it. I see, a handful of ways, the neighborhood, the geographic, not having Casco Bay or something along, which I'm sure you've heard from people around that. So those are the kinds of options, or having, every school be Casco Bay. And, those options exist, and, but I don't think they're infinite.
I think infinite was hyperbolic. Yes. But I think that there are several, and maybe some that we haven't identified yet.
And I think, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe this is time-wise, but I don't see how all of us like nitpicking our thought processes would hurt the process. I think it would probably give our constituents more, I don't know, more grace in what we're doing, that we're being careful and we're taking our time. Another thing I wanted to ask if you could clarify, you said that we couldn't classify school choice by like race. Could we do like a percentage, like percentage of like non diverse? I forgot what the factor was. Like
diversity factor.
Like have the same percentage of diversity factors at the same school. That's essentially what you're trying to do, right?
That's what we're trying to achieve. Right?
Okay. That was my
closer
question.
Than what we currently have.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Billiou. I had
Laura had a question.
Oh, Ms. Russell Better.
Oh,
thank you, Chair. This was just a quick response or thought after Ms. Bondo's astute comment about the small number of students that would be affected, which I think is very, very true. And I just wanted to add on, I think what's separate from that is the perception about it in the community. So while I believe that is true, and I think part of it is education about that, I just think that the idea that we've had more of a choice and now that's different. I think that's the piece that I think I'm just aware of. I'm reflecting on feedback from community members of saying they don't feel like they have input. They don't feel like this is, and I think that's a bigger picture that this is something we do have to make a decision on, and we don't have a long period of time, and we are bringing the Public Affairs Committee back and looking at ways to engage the community. So I know that's a bigger picture piece, but I think I'm just aware of the perception of a choice that now is not in the same way a choice. So I think that's just what that was helpful, Ms. Bondo's reframing of that. And I still think that in the community, there's going to be a perception that this is a change that's not maybe felt to be collaborative. So thank you.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Youssef, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was about to just say that let's look at the stability that we will gain from this process. I think this is brilliant and thoughtful way to solve that. And looking at the challenges we have in the district, I think we in my perspective, this is a very thoughtful way to solve that. And we will gain any stability in terms of teachers, the students, and overall. That's what I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yusuf. Yes, I was very surprised by the small number of students that we need that wouldn't get their first choice in order to actually solve what I see as a real problem right now in terms of being close to unable to support two comprehensive high schools, and also our schools becoming segregated. And that's what the deeper data on race showed us. And I think it might be useful to have that if we do a workshop at the next meeting, so that we do a little bit of a deeper dive, because it did, when we did that deeper dive at the last time we looked at the demographics of our high schools, it really looked like, and I realize Portland High School still has quite a lot of diversity, but in terms of Black students in particular, it looked like we were creating segregated high schools, which is a huge red flag for me. My question is with respect to the resolution. I just want to note that the language in the resolution in terms of the therefore clauses in directing the superintendent to put some guardrails around school choice are left very open-ended. And in particular, the thing that stood out for me is the balancing the demographics was not named. And so I was wondering about that. For me, that's a priority because I think I think that really drives the resource allocation as well as kind of deeper cultural issues. And so I would want balancing the demographics to certainly be named and to be a priority. And I'm personally interested in prioritizing that over the number of students. If we keep it on the order of 10%, but if it increases to 15% in order to balance demographics, which the numbers didn't show that was needed in the past couple of years. But I that was my biggest takeaway from looking at the resolution. Just it didn't seem to fully reflect what I see as a real guiding priority as we move forward. All right. So I think the superintendent and I will get together after this meeting and figure out some the concrete next steps. And certainly, I know there's a lot of interest from the community, and we do want to provide as much community input as possible. As if we go with what we had been planning, that means we'd have a first read and a potential workshop at our next meeting on the 16th. We during the public comment period at the beginning of the meeting, that would be a great time for community members to come and share their views about this initial proposal from the superintendent. And then we had been planning to vote on this at our first meeting in September, which is on September 6th. But the superintendent and I will put our heads together in light of this conversation and come back with any changes to that plan and make them known as soon as possible, because I know there is a lot of interest in this, and certainly want the community to have every opportunity to share their views and experiences and help shape our final outcome. Okay, so that brings to end our board focuses. Mr. Superintendent, anything you want to say to close that out?
No, just particularly to thank Dr. Goodall and Ms. Held for their work on this. I think, I've said this at previous meetings, just feel like our data work has gotten so much more sophisticated in the past year and allows us to do so many things that we just weren't able to do before. And so just incredibly grateful for you guys. And, so thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. The data is incredible. Really, so grateful for you, to you. Okay, now we are moving to old business. And first we have consideration and action to amend policy BDE, standing committees, special committees, and citizen advisory panels. Is there a motion? Ms. Bilyeu, seconded by Mr. Youssef. Mr. Superintendent, would you like to speak to this motion?
Yes. Sorry, lost my place. Yeah, so since December and until the June election, the board only had 6 members. And in order to manage the shorthanded membership, the board at the time, back in the winter, revised policy BDE to consolidate the existing 4 standing committees into 2. Specifically, the current board policy, the one that we're asking you to change today, collapsed the policy and curriculum committees into a single committee, and the finance and personnel committee were consolidated with the operations committee into a single one. At the time, the board also suspended the public affairs committee and made the appointments committee a committee of the whole. So this was achieved by adding a special circumstance section in the previous board policy. And so as Chair Figder and I have worked on this over the past few months, and as we now have a full board, we believe that the consolidated committees have worked well, that most of the work that the curriculum committee is engaged in is also policy work, and that the work of the finance and personnel committee overlaps significantly with the work that the operations committee does. And their timelines are not completely the operations committee work is heavy when the finance committee work isn't, and vice versa. So the proposed revision makes those 2 combinations permanent, and then the proposed changes to the policy just delete that special provision, and thus the Public Affairs Committee returns to active status and broadens the committee's role to focus on communication, outreach, and public participation. There is historically, there was a legislative aspect to the Finance Personnel Committee, and that we decided sits with the board chair, the role of legislative, and that there is no committee assignment specifically to that. So that's what we're asking you to do today.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Are there questions on the motion? Seeing none, is there any public comment on the motion? So this is specifically on the motion to update our committee structure. Seeing none, is there any board discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support action to amend policy BDE, standing committees, special committees, and citizen advisory panels. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair, Ms. Bondo?
Yes.
Mr. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better?
Yes.
Ms. Bilyeu?
Yes.
Ms. Bredeen?
Yes.
Mr. Youssef?
Yes.
Ms. Lentz?
Yes.
Mr. Grant?
Yes.
Ms. Ellis?
Yes.
And Chair Figder?
Yes, so the motion passes unanimously with our student voting with the majority. And in this case, in order for these new committees to get right to work, I'm going to make my appointments to the committees right now. So I'm going to walk through each of the committees. So the Finance, Personnel, and Operations Committee is going to continue to be chaired by Board Member Burke. And the other board members who will serve on that committee include Ms. Bilyeu, Ms. Bredeen, Mr. Grant, Student Rep Ms. Diu, and myself. For the Policy and Curriculum Committee, that committee will continue to be chaired by Ms. Russell Better. And the board members serving on the committee are Ms. Bondo, Ms. Bilyeu, Ms. Lentz, Mr. Grant, and student members Mr. Zalamili and Ms. Diu. For the Public Affairs Committee, that committee is going to be chaired by Ms. Bondo, and the board member serving on it will be Ms. Russell Better, Mr. Youssef, Ms. Lentz, and Ms. Bredeen. And finally, the Appointments Committee is going to be chaired by Mr. Youssef, and the board member serving on it will be Ms. Bondo and Ms. Lentz. In addition, Mr. Youssef is stepping down from the District Advisory Building Committee, and tonight I'm nominating Ben Grant to replace him on the committee. Mr. Youssef was the co-chair of the committee with Councillor Mark Diane, and I will move into that co-chair role. And I want to thank Mr. Youssef for serving on the committee and for coming onto the committee and co-chairing it and doing quite a good job with that work. So we really appreciate your service on that committee. And we will consider Mr. Grant's nomination as a first read later in this agenda, and then vote on it at our next meeting.
Sorry, can you clarify? You said you'll also be on the steering committee?
I currently serve along, and I should have said, I currently serve along with Ms. Russell Better on the District Advisory Building Committee. And I'm going to move into the co-chair role, largely because we have a lot of work to do this fall. And I'm very familiar with these projects because I've been involved with them since the beginning. So, I mean, just to be frank, it's kind of easy for me to move into that role, whereas we have a lot of other board work to manage.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
I was just trying to clarify.
And Ms. Russell Better co-chairs the Building Level Advisory Committee. So already has a commitment there. All right. And so now we are on to our second motion, which is consideration and action to amend policy BDB, the board chair. Is there a motion? Ms. Bondo, is there a second? Ms. Lentz. Mr. Superintendent, will you please speak to this motion?
The changes to the policy BDB, the board chair established the position of board vice chair to assist the chair with their duties and provide additional leadership to the board. The version that is in front of you for approval has been updated from the first read version to include the appointment of a vice chair later in this meeting. So there you will be asked to act on the process and, of nomination and selection of a vice chair and subsequently. So that's how it's being done for this particular first time appointment of a vice chair. And then subsequently saying that the chair will be appointed at the vice chair will be appointed at the same time as the chair. And then there adjustments made to the pronouns used in that policy. So all of these revisions were on the agenda in June. So this is the for a first reading. And so it's before you for consideration and action.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Are there questions on the motion? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. Is there any public comment on this change to our policy on the board chair? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and move to board discussion. Is there any board discussion? I'll just note, I believe I did this at our last meeting, but I'll just note that it is very customary for school boards to have vice chairs. And just to let you know that we are moving more in line with other board chairs that have this additional leadership capacity built into their structure.
What's the timeline for that selection?
We are going to do it next.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All right. By roll.
And, in future years.
Yes.
When, in December, when we select a new chair for the board, we'll also select a vice chair.
That's good.
All right. Is there any other board discussion? Okay. Seeing none, by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support amending policy BDB board chair. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Chair, Ms. Bondo,
Yes.
Mr. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better,
Yes.
Ms. Biliu,
Yes.
Ms. Bredeen,
Yes.
Mr. Youssef,
Yes.
Ms. Lentz,
Yes.
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
and Chair Figdor.
Yes. So the motion is unanimously approved with our student voting with the majority. Okay, now we're on to new business, and our first item of new business is selection of a board vice chair consistent with amended policy BDB, which we just amended. Is there a motion? Ms. Biliu, seconded by Ms. Bredeen. Okay, I am going to go ahead and open the nominations and nominate Board Member Burke as Vice Chair of the Portland Board of Public Education. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I'm going to close nominations. And I'll just note that in the survey that I did with the leadership opportunities we have to serve on committees and otherwise that you all filled out in the last month, Mr. Burke was the only board member who expressed an interest in running for board chair, for vice chair. So just to make that explicit so people know. That said, I am so excited that that is the case, and I want to speak briefly about why I'm nominating Adam to serve as vice chair, and then he'll be able to make a statement, and then we'll vote.
Sorry, can I go to the bathroom before that? Or should I wait?
You can go. I think what we're going to do is we have, if you can wait 5 minutes,
okay,
we're going to take a break. Is that all right?
I'll just come back really quickly for the vote.
Okay, sounds good. So Board Member Burke has emerged this year as a leader on the board, and I'm excited to nominate him as vice chair. Some of what I appreciate most about Adam is that he is a thought leader. He is deeply analytical and also thinks outside the box, which is a pretty atypical and valuable combination. Also, Adam is a rigorous practitioner of anti-racism and has at times helped push the board out of complacency or revealed biases in our approach. On a personal note, Adam has given me feedback multiple times that has challenged me and helped me be a better board chair, which I've greatly appreciated. I've had the chance to work more closely with Adam this year, and I can tell you that we work very well together, I believe. I'm confident that Adam will strengthen our work as a board, and that's why I'm so enthusiastic to nominate Board Member Burke to be Vice Chair of the Portland Board of Public Education. Board Member Burke, would you like to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thanks for the flattering reflection of myself. I quite simply, I ran for this role, being the District 3 representative for the school board, because I'm wholeheartedly committed to our students and education and want to make the best use of myself and my experience during the time that I'm elected. And when this opportunity arose, I see it as an opportunity to continue making the most of my time here. I enjoy the work of the board. I enjoy each of you as members of the board and the board as a whole. And I look forward to providing support and value in this way if you should have me. So thank you for the nomination.
Thank you so much, Board Member Burke. Okay, so how the voting works is different than how we vote on other issues, which is the superintendent will call the roll, and then you actually articulate the name of the candidate you're voting for. So in this case, Board Member Burke is the only candidate running. So you actually say his name, and that is where the policy has us follow the same policy, the same procedure we use to elect the chair, and that is a policy we use to elect the chair, as some of you will remember. So, Mr. Superintendent, will you call the roll?
Yes. Chair, Ms. Bondo.
Vice Chair Burke.
Mr. Burke.
Myself, Mr. Burke.
Ms. Russell Better.
I'm sorry, I kind of spaced. I say, okay. Adam Burke.
Ms. Bredeen.
Board Member Burke.
Mr. Youssef.
Board Member Burke.
Ms. Lentz.
Board Member Burke.
Mr. Grant.
Vote for Mr. Burke.
Ms. Ellis.
Board Member Burke.
And Chair Figdor.
Board Member Burke. So it is unanimous. Board Member Burke is now the vice chair of our board. Congratulations, Adam.
Thank you all for having me.
Okay, now we have first read to authorize the chair to sign an agreement with the Long Island School District. And we are holding a workshop following our adjournment on that MOU. And lastly, first read of my appointment of Ben Grant to the Buildings for the Future District Advisory Building Committee. All right, with that, it is time to move into executive session. It is 10:01, and I will do the work of reading the motion and getting and formally going into executive session. But I suggest we take a 5-minute break as we transition. After our executive session, we will come back and hold a brief workshop on our MOU with the Long Island School District. So that brings us back at just about 10:05. And we're going to meet in the room, first room through the doors on the right. So consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA section 4056D to discuss negotiations with the Portland Education Association. Is there a motion? Ms. Lentz, seconded by Ms. Bondo. Okay, so we have 5 minutes to break, and then we'll be in the other room. So is there a motion to adjourn? Ms. Bredeen, seconded by Mr. Youssef. All in favor, just with a show of hands. It's unanimous, and we are adjourned at 11:15 p.m.